Could we be 24 hours away, Diesel, from history in Columbia? Or will it be another disappointing weekend for the South Carolina Gamecocks on the road tomorrow in Tuscaloosa, taking on the Crimson Tide in a series that has been absolutely dominated by the Crimson Tide? Alabama has won 11 times in its 15 meetings against South Carolina. The last meeting was not close, 47-23 in a road win on September 14th, 2019. The question is, what would a win tomorrow mean and do for Shane Beamer? Again, what would a win tomorrow in Tuscaloosa against Alabama mean and do for Shane Beamer? Tolos, we need to hear from you. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Phone lines are also open. 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663. Also, there's a flip side of the question that I'll get to in a few minutes from now, because what happened last week does matter when it comes to South Carolina's opponent. Diesel, later in the program, will also talk about what happens if the Gamecocks cannot cover. But welcome into Wire to Wire. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. If I sound a little bit different than I normally do, I am at Gaffney High School in Gaffney, South Carolina, where we'll have the Burns Rebel pregame show at 4 p.m. and have Burns at Gaffney tonight, a huge region game here in Gaffney. Burns at Gaffney. But first, Diesel, if they were to do the impossible tomorrow, what would a win for Shane Beamer and company mean in Tuscaloosa? Yeah. So I'm glad you brought that up, Diesel, about Vandy, because I also had this written down in our run sheet. And South Carolina fans, I want to hear from you. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Also, like I said just a few minutes ago, the phone lines, if you want to call in instead, phone lines are also open, 844-FAN-PHONE. But Diesel, it's so interesting to have this conversation. And maybe it's not fair, but the reality of it is, a win for South Carolina tomorrow, Diesel, while it would be monstrous, it may be viewed differently because of what happened last week with Vandy beating Alabama. Is that fair? I don't think it is, but that's reality, right?
Yeah, it's reality. I mean, you're beating the helmet more than you're beating the team, right? I mean, the big bad Alabama, that classic old school uniform, the look, the logo, the mystique around Alabama. Now it would be gigantic for Alabama as well. Maybe kind of knocking that mystique down a little bit for the remainder of the season, kind of take them out of a lot of people's mindset, take them out of a lot of people's playoff brackets. You know, you lose to two unranked teams on the road 2 weeks in a row, especially one of them being Vanderbilt, one of them being a team that just lost by 24 at home to Ole Miss. I mean, it would signify Shane Beamer's ability to turn a team around, and that would speak to something a lot bigger, right? His ability to turn around, and he's had one of the ultimately most difficult jobs in college football of turning around a South Carolina program in the SEC. I mean, that is a Kobayashi Maru for a lot of head coaches. It takes a special kind of coach to get a program like South Carolina back and keep them there in the national scene.
And maybe it's not fair, right? Shadow of Death Valley on the YouTube stream says, dream on, dream on, dream on. Look,
you hit those high notes.
I was going to say I couldn't either, but I was going to see if you could. I don't think it's going to happen. However, the reality of it is South Carolina fans in the program, Diesel, I do think they're in a spot that's kind of unfair. Like, If you go beat Alabama, to your point, you beat the helmet, you beat the brand, you beat Alabama, right?
Alabama.
However, at the same time, then the question on the mainstream national television shows, Diesel, becomes, well, what's wrong with Alabama? They've lost to Vanderbilt and South Carolina. This is why I say it's unfair. If you go pull the upset, the conversation will be more about Alabama than it will be about you.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, and it's not fair. It kind of, I think the best thing that could happen for South Carolina, the best narrative that could happen, is this be a tight football game, not a ton of points, because then people will say, well, Alabama's defense stinks, right? You need kind of that middle of the road 21-24 type of football game, so that the pundits nationally can't point at any one individual thing. It's like, oh, well, that's because Alabama stinks at this. Alabama can't stop the run. Alabama can't stop the pass. Whatever it is, you need Alabama's defense to look good, and you just need to handle them.
You do, and I'll get to, because Diesel, in a minute, I'll tell you why I think South Carolina has a better chance than people are giving them credit for. However, you mentioned a minute ago that this would be Shane Beamer's third top 10 win if they were to be able to go knock off Alabama. In October of 2022, Beamer had his first SEC road win and his first win over a ranked opponent when South Carolina beat number 13 Kentucky. Again, that was the 2022 season. It was the first ranked win, as well as on the road for Shane Beamer. 2022 in November, South Carolina beat number 5 Tennessee 63-38 at home, setting the record for the most points scored by an unranked team against a top 5 opponent in college football history. He then went on, Diesel, to beat Clemson the very next week and end Clemson's longest home winning streak. So while Shane Beamer's tenure has been a little bit of a roller coaster, let's not forget that what Shane Beamer has been able to do is make history. And look, I'm not saying he's the best coach South Carolina's ever had, but his first season, they went from 2-8 the year before to 7-6 in 2021, right? Earning him a share of the Steve Spurrier First Year Coach of the Year award. He's defeated Jimbo Fisher, Dabo Swinney, and Mac Brown. I'm not saying that Shane Beamer's the absolute best thing since sliced bread, but what I am saying is let's back up before this game against Alabama and realize that Shane Beamer has done some very good things for this program.
Yeah, he's got a lot of individual trophies on his wall. Now you got to start building in some level of consistency. You got to be able to turn these wins into recruiting. You got to be able to turn these wins into just massive success in the transfer portal. And that's always going to be hard at South Carolina, right? When you're competing against Alabama and Georgia and Tennessee, South Carolina could be in on a guy and really like somebody. And then Tennessee shows up and then Georgia shows up. And all of a sudden that kid says, thanks for the attention, Shane. I think I'm going to head down to Athens instead because, well, they're a bigger, better, more prestigious football program.
Sure.
But Shane Beamer has been able to unlock the achievements, if we're going to use video game parlance. He's unlocking those achievements. He's not winning the trophies. He's not winning the titles, but he is unlocking the little things that keep a fan base happy with him, that sustain a fan base even when you're not out there winning 9-10 games a year. If you say, hey, we're winning 7 or 8 games a year, but every other year we're knocking off like a top 10 team.
Yeah.
Those are the things that keep his job secure in Columbia.
Let's see what the Tolos are saying. We're also live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Not only can you listen to the show with Diesel and myself, you can watch us. Diesel's in Greenville in the Ingles Market Studios. I'm in Gaffney getting you ready for Burns at Gaffney tonight. Wesley Roberts on the Facebook stream says, South Carolina's getting blown out. Let's move on to the next topic so you boys can go home early.
Well, I mean, if you're going to give us permission to just shut it down and go home.
Just shut it down, Wesley says. He says there's no way. I'll get back to that because I do think there is a way. Shadow of Death Valley says on the YouTube stream, many people said Brandon Streeter threw that game, by making DJU pass the ball instead of smashing with the run. Probably the most angry I've been with Dabo after the 2022 game. On the text line, the texter from the 907 says South Carolina is done. 4-8. Pathetic coaching. 490. This is Matt M. and Gaffney. He says, Cole, you are right down the street from me. Matt, I'm in your neck of the woods, man. Dion gets his upset pick in, which you can do. 71307. We need your name, game, and the amount of points. Start your text with the word fan. Diesel, let's transition to if it actually will happen, right? We talked about what it would mean for Shane Beamer and the staff if it were to happen, but we need to nail down whether or not we actually think the Gamecocks have a chance in Tuscaloosa. I know everyone under the sun is picking Alabama, and rightfully so, but I do think that South Carolina Diesel has a better shot than people are giving them credit for. I'm not picking Alabama, or I'm not picking South Carolina to win the game. However, let's remember that while Kalen DeBoer Diesel is a very good coach, this is not Nick Saban's team anymore. We saw 1 week ago, Diesel, that Alabama's vulnerable. They got beat by Vandy. Madcraft says, can we stop this nonsense? I don't know why it's nonsense, Madcraft. If they just lost to Vanderbilt, how is this nonsense? Why are you telling me they can't do it? They lost to Vandy.
Well, first of all, I want to know, is Matt from Gaffney going to be going to the game tonight? Is he going to be in the house? He's down the street from you. Is Matt going to be in the house? If you're looking for a great high school football game to go to this weekend, I can't think of a lot better than Burns Gaffney, but we are going to get into the high school slate of games a little bit later on in the show. And if you're not, Matt, are you going to be listening to Cole on the call right here on the Fan Upstate?
Absolutely. Great question.
Yeah. But to your point, is it possible? Yeah. Is it possible? Yeah. But we got to examine, why did Alabama lose that football game to Vanderbilt? Well, they played 4 terrible quarters of defense. The defense is really suspect this year. They played 6 terrible quarters of defense in a row, right? Yeah. It was kind of skin of their teeth that Alabama was able to beat Georgia 2 weeks ago. They played a great defensive first half, an awful defensive second half, and that carried on into the Vanderbilt game. Is there something to this narrative of the emotional win? The team was drained, couldn't get maybe there's something to the idea that a week prior they were playing Georgia, big bad Georgia, that black and red G. You know, you're playing a team with a single digit number next to their name. You're going, you're playing the biggest stage you could possibly be playing on, and then the next week, it's just Vanderbilt, right? You don't feel like you have to focus as much. You ask coaches, it's really, really difficult to get players up and focused every single week of the year. That's why it's so hard to go run the table. The best of the best coaches are able to do that. Kirby Smart has typically been very, very good at doing that. Now, he had his struggles a couple weeks ago against Kentucky, obviously, and it didn't cost him the loss in that game. But you can see when 18, 19, 20-year-olds aren't focused and ready to play that it can't happen. It happened to Alabama. Maybe those guys thought they could just roll their helmet out onto the field and beat Vandy because, what's this, black and gold with a V on it? That doesn't really impress us much, Shania Twain. So maybe they just felt like this game is going to be easy. I guarantee you Kalen DeBoer and the coaching staff were not saying those words to them all week long. Hey, guys, take the week off. It's Vandy. You got the block numbers on the side of the helmet. You guys are going to beat Vandy. It's no big deal. Take it easy. That was not in the pregame speeches last week in Nashville.
So, Diesel, I want to ask a question. I want to ask you a question as well as Artolos. The perception right now of South Carolina, Alabama, right, is that Alabama's going to be super focused because they just lost to Vandy. South Carolina did not look good against Ole Miss last week, right? That's the perception. But, Diesel, let's say what happened last week with South Carolina and Ole Miss, we blanked that out from our memory. Let's say it didn't happen. The last memory Gamecock fans have is the offensive output against LSU, the way they played Akron, the bye week, South Carolina fans felt really good about this team 1 week ago today, right? They did not play well against Ole Miss. I get that. But the question that I want to ask Diesel is, are South Carolina fans and the ones commenting about this game all of a sudden doing an about face, a 180-degree turn just because of what they saw against a very good Ole Miss team? I understand that Alabama is next-level talent. They've got dudes everywhere. But I would not be saying this if I didn't watch Vanderbilt, who I know is improved. But I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't watch Vandy last week, put it on Alabama. I don't think Alabama's dropped off the face of the earth all of a sudden, but I do think they're vulnerable, and they showed that last week. I'm not calling for the Gamecocks upset. I know it sounds like I am. I'm just saying I think the Gamecocks do have a better chance of winning than a lot of people are giving them credit for, and a lot of that, in my opinion, is because of what they saw last week against South Carolina and Ole Miss, or when they watched that game, what they saw, and the lack of preparation that South Carolina had, the lack of the offense that they had against Ole Miss. I think Carolina fans need to give this team another chance on the road in a tough environment. Again, I'm not picking them, but I think they have a better shot than people think.
Well, here's the thing that gives me so much pause for South Carolina is the fact that they are committing a ton of pre-snap penalties, the fact that they have players making boneheaded decisions on the field. Those things do cost you in games like that. You have to be disciplined in games like that. South Carolina was not a particularly efficient offense last week. Obviously scoring only 3 points, but 300 total yards against a good football team. Do I expect them to maybe have a little bit more offense than that against Alabama? Probably, just by virtue of what we've seen over the past 6 quarters with Alabama's defense. I expect them to be a little bit better than that, but we don't know what Lenoris Sellers is going to show up. We don't know what Rocket Sanders is going to show up. There's still a lot of question marks in the wide receiver core. Mazeo Bennett is fantastic as a freshman, but outside of that, like, who else are they really getting involved? Who else can they really count on, right? So you're going to have to take some shots down the field. You're going to have to be successful in the run game, and we just saw South Carolina struggle in both of those aspects against a team that is roughly equal talent to Alabama. Ole Miss obviously put it together a little bit better on defense against South Carolina than Alabama has in the last 2 weeks. Those are the things that really concern me with South Carolina. I think this is an up and down kind of team because they're just very, very, very young, inconsistent on the offensive line, inconsistent in the wide receiver room, quarterback. Maybe we get that crazy outburst game for South Carolina, and if they play the way they did against Kentucky, Katie barred the doors. This could be a really good football game, but I'm not necessarily sold that it's going to happen yet.
Last thing I'll say, I don't think it's going to happen either. However, the point I'm trying to make is we can't just label this year's Alabama team, Diesel, as the same Alabama teams of the past.
Sure.
You and I both know that Nick Saban would respond and rebound and beat the absolute dog you-know-what out of Carolina this week, right? But guess what? This is a different team. This is a different program. This is a different culture. If you can't accept that, I don't know what to tell you. But the reality of it is, this is not the Nick Saban team that we're all used to seeing week in and week out. We don't know how Kalen DeBoer handles adversity after losing to Vandy. We don't know if those 17, 18, 19-year-olds that are getting paid all that money will respond well. I think they'll respond just fine. I'm just saying we don't know because we haven't seen it yet from Kalen DeBoer. Scotty from BMW says South Carolina can win. They have no pressure on them, where Alabama has all of the pressure. Texter from the 803. How much of the Alabama loss was caused by being too emotionally high after the Georgia win? Kind of what you said a minute ago, Diesel. Bama will be refocused and more prepared, in my opinion, says the texter from the 803. I think it's fascinating. I'm not sitting here telling you the Gamecocks are going to win. I'm just saying we cannot give this Alabama team the same benefit of the doubt that we gave Nick Saban's teams.
Well, and to further your point, we don't know how Kalen DeBoer is going to handle the pressure of the Alabama fan base coming down on him. You lose a game at Washington,
Yeah.
Maybe that's one thing, right? And Washington is a fan base certainly that's proud, that expects to win, but it's not even close to the fervor that there is in Tuscaloosa. Kalen DeBoer is getting no heat whatsoever from administration at Alabama. He's catching all the heat from the fan base at Alabama, who say that it is unacceptable to even be in a game with Vanderbilt, let alone lose to them. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he responds to that, how well he can get his team back up after just an ugly, ugly performance that we did not expect out of a Kalen DeBoer-led Alabama team. When we come back, Cole, God, another Carolina Panthers showed out after being released from the team. We'll get into that real quick, what we saw last night in the football game between the 49ers and the Seahawks. And I'm going to do a little tier list of the games we're going to see this weekend in the NFL.
I like
what
it.
games are must watch, worth keeping an eye on, and which games are don't bother. That's coming up next right here on the Fan Upstate.
$71,307. Keyword fan. This is Wire to Wire with Cole, Bryson, and Diesel on the Fan
Upstate. Cole, I spent too much time watching that garbage Coastal Carolina James Madison game on TV last night, and I missed a good chunk of what might be the NFL game of the week last night between the 49ers and the Seahawks. Man, What the hell, Coastal Carolina? You were a consistent offense scoring 38 points a game.
Why didn't you turn it off?
It must have just 7. It must have just 7 against James Madison. And JMU, hats off to them. They look like the best team in the Sun Belt right now. Outside of those fugly helmets they were wearing last night, and I saw a lot of people on social media saying, "Oh, aren't these helmets so cool?" No, they suck. You couldn't see them on TV. Like, who is not noticing this? If you didn't watch the game last night, Colin, I'm sure you turned it on and caught a little bit of it. But James Madison was wearing the white helmets that had their Duke Dog logo on the side of the helmet. The problem is the whole Duke Dog logo is like reflective.
Yeah.
There's like a foil almost on that graphic. And if you're looking directly at it and it's well lit, it looks great. Like, it looks really good. It looks it's sharp. It's like when you watch a Western Kentucky game and they got the chrome helmets on. It looks sharp. But if the lighting is off, if the lighting is wrong, it just looks like a big black blob on the side of the helmet. And it looked awful. And I know I'm probably being a hater because James Madison's in our conference, but it looked bad on TV. Who's not paying attention to that?
But let me ask you this question. Like, how good's James Madison? I'm not saying they could go compete in the ACC, but Diesel, they've got dudes. I mean, they're a really good team.
I was watching this game and I was shocked because for years, as Coastal Carolina made their way into FBS, made their way into the Sun Belt, it seemed like they were still playing with FCS-sized dudes.
Yeah.
And that was probably 3 or 4 years of that. And that's to be expected, right? You're making your way into a new division. Takes a while to get your recruiting up and start recruiting guys that look like FBS bodies.
Yeah.
James Madison still, to me, is not there. You know, they're still not there. I saw their star wide receiver catch a couple of big passes, and he just looked little compared to Coastal Carolina's DBs. I mean, the DB looked like he had a solid 3 or 4 inches on him in height, and that should be the other way around, right? The DB should be the little guy, and the wide receiver should be the tall guy. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense. They're making up for it by having a lot of great skill players there at Coastal at James Madison. So hats off to them and the way they've been able to keep talent there and their ability to keep finding quality head coaches. Now, this is now 3 head coaches in a row, Cole. Probably go back even farther than that into their FCS days where they have hit on multiple coaches in a row. I don't know how they're doing it. Some kind of witchcraft or magic going on there in Virginia, but they're getting it done in Hattiesburg, Harrisonburg.
And to your point, Omarion Dollison, one of their best receivers, Diesel, he's 5'10", 180.
Little guy,
seriously,
right?
5'10", 180.
Unless he's got just crazy hops for a 5'10" guy.
He's from Columbia, South Carolina, went to Gray Collegiate High School, Gray Collegiate Academy. But their tight end last night was their leading receiver. He's a big guy, but he's a freaking tight end.
Yeah.
Also, we're going to see tonight, Diesel, just so you'll know about the Sun Belt, a little Sun Belt flavor. Gaffney, wide receiver, who will be playing quarterback in the first half because of a quarterback suspension. Jamarcus Smith is a JMU commit, one of the best receivers in the state. They're getting guys. And again, I know the Sun Belt's a super fun conference, but James Madison, man, they look unbeatable right now in the Sun Belt.
Yeah, it's been a fun conference to watch because there's just been a couple of teams in a row who have found elite success and have gotten that national attention. Right now it's James Madison. 2 or 3 years ago, it was Coastal Carolina. 2 or 3 years before that, it was App State. 2 or 3 years before that, it was Georgia Southern, who came in on fire in the Sun Belt Conference. So
it's a lot of parity, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to watch. And it's the only it's the only FBS conference that still has divisions, geographic divisions that make sense. East and West. Anything east of Georgia is in the East. Anything west of that is in the West, the way it should be, right?
I was going to say, so the divisions actually make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, and I love it, right? I love it. So, yeah, last night in the NFL, 49ers, Seahawks, fantastic football game. I told you yesterday on the show, Cole, I told you that Brock Purdy and these 49ers were going to come back alive, and by God, they did. They looked really good at that football game, but Laviska Shenault, that the Carolina Panthers let go, had a 97-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for the Seahawks last night. It is so hard to watch so many Carolina Panther nothing burgers find success after they leave Charlotte.
Well, that's the thing. All you have to do to find success is leave Charlotte, right? Christian McCaffrey. Hey, don't get me wrong. He was successful, but he's just a different player in San Francisco. No, you're right. I'll be honest, Diesel. I thought San Francisco last night had a very good chance. And granted, they did make it a close game. It was a very good game, and their defense stepped up in the fourth quarter and made it a 6-point game at one time. It was a fun game to watch. However, to your point, I thought Brock Purdy last night was absolutely sensational. This guy, I'm watching last night. He doesn't get enough credit, Diesel, for his accuracy, for his timing. Like, Brock Purdy is one of the best quarterbacks right now in the NFL. There's, without a doubt, hands down, one of the most accurate guys. 18 of 28 last night, 255, 3 tutties. Everybody says he's a game manager, right? That's all he is. That's all he's good for is a game manager. But to your point about them coming back alive, they're now 3-3, as is Seattle. San Francisco, look, I know in the NFL, it's a week-to-week league, and having a 3-3 record out of the gate's not the best thing. However, I still think they're just fine. They're going to win a lot of football games, and they'll be in the playoff conversation.
Tell me when game manager became a 4-letter word in the NFL. I don't understand it. Game manager sounds like a guy that, doesn't light up the stat sheet, but just goes and wins football games. Like, a quarterback's job is to distribute the ball, right? And so injuries can happen on any given play, right? Quarterback goes out there. He could be an elite quarterback, takes a slide, takes a hit in the wrong way, bam, he's done. Wouldn't you rather have a game manager who doesn't feel like they have to go out there and be a superstar week in and week out? I think, to me, a game manager is what a quarterback used to be and what a quarterback still should be. Distribute the ball to your wide receiver, your tight ends, your running backs. Let them go make plays. That is your job as a quarterback in the NFL.
That's a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up in terms of game manager, Diesel, being a 4-letter word. I don't know that it should be. However, I think that some people like Cam Newton's of the world have used it in a derogatory way to where you classify that quarterback as only a game manager, right? People don't think of Patrick Mahomes as a game manager, rightfully so, because he goes out and makes all these great plays. And look, he's the absolute best right now. Nobody's denying that. But I do believe, to your question, maybe we've let the media coin that phrase in a derogatory way to where it shouldn't be, right? Because I agree with you. It shouldn't be looked at as a bad thing. However, every now and then you have generational type quarterbacks, Diesel, that are more than a game manager, right? That can go out and make those plays, a la Patrick Mahomes, a la what Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence were in college. So there's nothing wrong with being a game manager, in my opinion, as long as you're not saying, hey, there's a cap on what you can do as a quarterback, because I don't believe there's a cap on what Brock Purdy can do.
Well, yeah, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is a fine quarterback especially when he was younger. He could move a little bit with his legs, but Aaron Rodgers has become a game manager quarterback since. He's not expected to go out there and run the ball. He'll snap an Achilles and he'll end up in the third row of the stands, right? So I just don't understand why game manager. It's become a diss from the wannabe stars to talk trash down to the guys who are not out there picking up 75 yards a game with their legs in the NFL. It's just, I think it's unnecessary. What else is unnecessary is Kevin Buggs taking shots at me on the text line, 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. He gets in his upset pick, which is fine. Kevin is taking Buffalo over Toledo plus 9.5. But then he shot one across the bow. He says, hopefully not the same pick as Diesel again this week. Kevin, what did I do? What did I do to deserve that, Kevin? That's what I want to know. I mean, I'm making picks with my brain. You didn't pick the same game as me, which is smart because I took Coastal Carolina over James Madison last night, and they got curb stomped American History X style. It was not fun to watch. I turned it off midway through the third quarter because I'm like, I can't stand to have my pick be belittled in this way. But
now you know Kevin, how I feel.
The hell? Well, that's true. It's karma. It's karma, Cole, because I texted you the night before last and said your pick was unwise, taking New Mexico State over Jacksonville
That's
State.
right. Yeah, it was an unwise
okay,
pick.
so some good games in the NFL this weekend, but just as always, Cole, there's a couple of good games and a bunch of crap games. So let's look at the don't bother games first. You can tell me if I'm wrong on these don't bother games. All right, I'm going Indianapolis, Tennessee as a don't bother. Just don't even worry about it.
I'm going to push back when I disagree. Or I'm going to interject when I disagree. I totally no issue there.
Nothing wrong with that one. Okay, how about Houston, New England?
I'll push back a little bit on don't bother just because Drake May.
Is it worth elevating into the worth keeping an eye on
category? I think so. Yeah, again, simply because
CJ Stroud, Drake May. Yeah, I get it.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, people are going to want to see what Drake May can do. Obviously, with the quarterback change there in New England, maybe Drake May can sort of turn things around. Third on my list in the don't bother tier is Cleveland, Philly. Nick Chubb is out again this week, by the way, for Cleveland.
Yeah.
So, and Deshaun Watson has been out for the past 4 seasons.
I'm with you there.
That's not a watchable game. And then lastly, Cole, I hate to say this, man, because I was just starting to pick up steam and starting to pick up hope. I think Atlanta, Carolina is a don't bother game. I really, really do.
So I've got a funny story on this one. You ready?
Yep.
A buddy of mine has free tickets to the game. And before the season started, asked me to go with him. And I told him I'd go. So I'm going with him because he got free tickets through his work. So me and a buddy of mine are going to the game for free. But you're right. I wouldn't bother otherwise. I wouldn't even turn it on.
Here's the only reason to go to a Carolina Panthers game right now, Cole, is maybe you can hide out somewhere in the stadium, live there, and be present for the concert for the Carolinas.
That's a good one, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you hear stories all the time about like a homeless person has been living in the Publix sign in Jacksonville, Florida, and nobody knew. They just thought, the sign's kind of dirty. You see something up there and you thought the sign's dirty, but no, it's been somebody living up there. That could be you. You could stow away in Bank of America Stadium
for an entire week.
Is it worth it?
Is it next Saturday? Is that what it is?
I think so. When is concert?
I think it is. I think it's next. It's not this Saturday, but it's the 26th.
There you go. Okay, so you'd have to stay for 2 weeks.
Oh, God.
You'd have to stay for 2 weeks.
Maybe Dave Tepper can give me another concert between now and then.
Tier 2. This is the worth keeping an eye on tier, and you've elevated Houston, New England into that category. So on our little fancy rundown, Cole, I'm going to move that one up for you. How about that? Worth keeping an eye on Jacksonville, Chicago, and London just to see, if Caleb Williams can do it 2 weeks in a row. People tune in to watch the London games. It's the only thing on that early in the morning. Like, do you really want to get up and watch more NFL pundits talking?
That's a great question. No, not really.
You're dropping that one down.
But it's early, so you'll watch it, but the only reason you're watching it is because it's on, right? It's the only game on. I mean, that's the only reason.
You're waking up, you're making your coffee, you're going out to get the donuts. You just turn it on just because it's worth keeping an eye on.
That's so bad though.
Arizona, Green Bay. Jordan Love is worth keeping an eye on any game he plays, right? But Arizona, not particularly great. So what say you? This is worth keeping an eye on, or drop it to don't bother?
I would actually drop that one. Don't bother.
Wow.
I know Kyler Murray's been playing well, but for whatever reason, this game doesn't move the needle for me, man. It doesn't move the needle.
How about L.A. Denver? L.A. Denver.
I'm going to drop it.
Wow.
Drop 2 in a row.
Wow. Like Bo Nix? Not worth watching?
Well, it's more about L.A. L.A.'s been a disappointment this year. I thought they'd be a dark horse team. They have not been. They've been a big disappointment.
Pittsburgh, Las Vegas. I've got it worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, worth keeping an eye on for sure.
Okay. How about Cincinnati and New York?
Yeah, for the sense of Cincinnati's at the point where they got to have games. They got to have wins, Diesel. The pressure's on. And again, it's more to do with Cincinnati than it is New York. New York's not good, but Cincinnati is always going to be intriguing with Joe Burrow, right?
Yeah, I want to know if this is going to be, the resurgence of Joe Burrow. They've got that winning taste back in their mouths, and maybe they can keep that going.
That's right.
against the Giants. The Giants are 2-3. Giants are just such an up and down football team and they're 0-2 at home, by the way. So Cincinnati could get it done on the road again this week and get themselves back up to 2-4. They're not going to get themselves back into playoff contention probably, but it could be a decent football game to watch. All right, here's the must-watch games this weekend, Cole. I'm going Tampa, New Orleans. Baker Mayfield is good. Obviously, here in the upstate, we've got the local flavor with Spencer Rattler making his debut in the NFL. I am going to be glued to this football game.
Yes, and it's 100% because of Spencer Rattler. 100%. Yeah. We're going to be glued to it. It's must watch. We want to see. I don't care if you're a Carolina or a Clemson fan. You want to see what's going to happen. 100% must watch. No pushback there at all.
Obviously, this one's an easy one to call. Washington, Baltimore. This is a no-brainer as well. I mean, we want to see if Jaden Daniels can do it multiple times in a season. The new star versus the incumbent star in Lamar Jackson. This is going to be a great football game to watch.
This one's find one that's better. Find one that's better this weekend. That, to your point, this one's going to be fantastic. The up-and-coming Jaden Daniels, who many pundits say is going to be the guy against Lamar Jackson. Yeah, sign me up.
And lastly, Cole, if you want to tell me that this game is not better than Washington, Baltimore, that's fine. Detroit, Dallas.
It's not better than Washington, Baltimore. It's not. Look, Detroit's going to be looking for blood. They're going to be looking for revenge because of what happened last year. Detroit's going to whoop my Cowboys. Okay, you can mark it down. They're going to win. And it's going to be a good game. I do believe Dallas's defense is getting a lot better game by game, and Dak will keep him in it, we think. But Detroit's going to win, and they might win big.
We got a couple more Tolos who are getting in their upset picks, Cole. We have Sherb, who's taking Washington +3 over Iowa. Styles wants Oklahoma +14.5 over Texas in the Red River Shootout. By the way, I didn't realize this, Cole. It is officially the Red River Shootout again. So you can stop saying Red River Rivalry.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's graphics and everything. The All-State Red River Shootout. I love it. Bringing it back. It's about time.
No, I'm with you.
Kevin Buggs wants Buffalo over Toledo, though I should just give him a -2 right now just for talking trash. Wesley Roberts taking Air Force +6.5 over New Mexico. And those that wraps up the Tolos that we have that have gotten in their picks so far.
I like it. Diesel, we talked about the Gamecocks and maybe putting Alabama on upset alert. However, the very next segment, we asked the question, is there any chance the Tigers tomorrow are on upset alert? Your thoughts, and we'll get to what Diesel and I have to say about Clemson Wake Forest next.
Call in if you're man enough.
844 Fan Phone. This is Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
So, Diesel, our text line, I don't know if it's because it's Friday. I don't know if people are ready for football. I don't know if the Tolos are just fired up because it's the weekend or what. But our text line's been buzzed. They're buzzing today, man. I mean, the text line blowing up 71307. Start your text with the word fan. I have a task out there for our Tolos in this segment. You know, we asked for upset picks, Diesel. And again, we're doing that the rest of the show today until 7 o'clock. We asked for winners on the 5 o'clock fight. I'm asking right now for a simple yes or no. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Upstate, South Carolina, wherever you may be listening. I know we have listeners all across the Southeast, even in Summerville. Appreciate you, Tom. Yes or no, is there any way the Clemson Tigers are on upset alert tomorrow? Are the Tigers on upset alert? Any way, any possibility? Wake Forest, it's a home game for the Demon Deacons. Yes or no? Simple answer. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Brian Pettit starts it off on the YouTube stream and says yes. Yes, they are. Diesel, I ask you.
Yeah.
You have the floor. Is there any chance the Tigers tomorrow up in Winston-Salem, which, by the way, our buddy Smitty of Sports Talk Media Network, who we're going to talk to at 4 o'clock, he'll be there. Is there any way the Tigers are on upset alert tomorrow?
Well, they should always feel like they're on upset alert, right? That's the reason why Alabama lost to Vanderbilt over the weekend. They didn't feel like they were on upset alert against Vanderbilt. So Clemson should absolutely feel that way. Look, Clemson has looked pretty good the last couple of weeks. Well, they didn't look phenomenal, right? They didn't look like world beaters against Florida State. If Clemson had put up a 50-burger again on the Seminoles, I'd say, okay, your offense is truly humming right now. But the Clemson offense shut down in the second half of that Florida State game. And we asked a couple different people about that over the week, and they couldn't really give me an answer. Oh, well, the Dabo felt like he had the game in hand, right? Well, didn't Dabo feel like he had the game in hand after the first quarter against App State? Why did they keep putting up touchdowns in the second half of that game, right? Why couldn't they put up touchdowns against Florida State in the second half in Tallahassee? Clemson should feel like they are on upset alert. Wow. It could happen. It very well could happen. Wake Forest has been inconsistent offensively this year, but a couple different times they have put up a ton of points. They put up 30 points in a loss to Virginia. Virginia turns out they're a pretty decent football team. They put up 38 points in a loss to Louisiana, which you should never give up 38 points at home to a G5 team. And they put up 34 points in a win against NC State. So they can absolutely score.
Brian on the YouTube stream says, look, I'm a Clemson fan, and Clemson always plays Wake close. Scott on the Facebook stream says yes for upset alert. On the text line 71307, let's see. Corn Chip says no, but I'd like for them to be. Another texter from the 221 says always possible for an upset. Clemson's the better team, but the defense has been an issue at times for us this year. Texter from the 814 says no, just like I asked. Yes or no, is Clemson on upset alert this weekend? What's interesting, though, Diesel, about the Tigers, and I believe Brian brought it up on the YouTube stream, they have been close. There have been some close matchups. Remember last season, this was a 5-point game. Wesley Roberts on the Facebook stream. Clemson's outscored their opponents 90-0 in the first quarter this season to a buy above comment. Wesley says take Clemson -6 first quarter tomorrow. Look, do I think they're going to lose? But I do agree with you, Diesel, in the sense of you got to play the game. Alabama didn't think they were on upset alert either last week.
It's very, very true. We've got our daily Dewey. We know that Dewey is a South Carolina apologist, a Shane Beamer bootlicker. Let's find out what Dewey has to say about this Clemson Wake Forest game. Dewey, what's your thoughts? Is it winnable for Wake Forest?
I think Wake Forest wins because they're a thorn in Clemson's side anyways.
Hey, he's not wrong.
They gave the transfer portal the middle finger, but I think this week they lose and they come back to reality.
Okay. Speaking of come back to reality, we appreciate the phone call. Dewey. And Clemson gave the transfer portal the middle finger. Dave Clawson, we had the audio late in the show yesterday, Cole. Dave Clawson seems to have given the transfer portal the middle finger. He seems like he's done with it. You know, he says, look, if you have to bring a guy in and you have to pay him more money than a guy you've had on your roster all along, you're gonna piss off that guy that's been on your roster all along. And then what if the guy that's on your roster who you're paying less performs better than the guy that you're paying more money to? It can just ruin a locker room. And hey, he's got a point. Dave Clawson does. And look, you and I both like and respect the way Dabo Swinney does things. We're just not sure you can be successful doing it that way.
We shall see, right?
When we come back, Cole, we go to the source, to Smitty, Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network, to talk Gamecocks, to talk Tigers, and well, whatever else. That's coming up next right here on the Fan Upstate.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire
With Diesel and Cole Bryson.
on the Fan Upstate.
Well, South Carolina has the Herculean task of going on the road to Tuscaloosa this weekend, taking on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Clemson has a little bit of an easier road heading up to Winston-Salem to take on who might be a game Demon Deacons football team. To talk about both of those and other things as well, we go to the phone lines and bring on Smitty, Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network. First of all, Matt, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. We hope everything is going well over at your household. You told me on hold that you were going to throw something at me immediately. I don't want to beat around the bush. I don't want to waste any time. I want to let you go right for it. What do you got?
Well, I was just going to bring up that last week, in the midst of asking a question about South Carolina and Ole Miss, you talked about penalties in the question. And then I said, penalties are a major factor. And I talked about how South Carolina, even though there were some bad calls, some missed calls against LSU, they were really loose. They just aren't playing buttoned-up football. And I went on to talk about how that's got to change if they're going to pull an upset against Ole Miss. And it did not change. It got worse. They went the opposite direction. So I was just going to point out one of those things that, it's kind of like penalties and turnovers, just so difficult for anybody to project how that's going to play out, which team is going to be locked in and which team is going to fall apart. And last week it was South Carolina absolutely falling apart at the seams. All the things we talked about with South Carolina, Ole Miss, the lack of discipline, the penalties, winning on fourth down. Ole Miss won on fourth down because South Carolina faked a punt early that backfired. And so all of those little things that needed to go South Carolina's way, they were like 0 for 6 on those factors. So I was just going to bring that up. That was, a lot of times the interviews get lost in the ether, what was talked about. But if you go back and kind of review the film, that was a really good question about South Carolina, and I kind of thought maybe they would right the ship. They would start tightening up in terms of discipline, and the opposite happened. They absolutely came apart at the seams.
Smitty, we were talking about this before we brought you on. We all know that football is not played on paper. Vanderbilt showed that last week. Just to start things off, let's get a little wild. If I told you one upset has to happen this week, would you pick Wake Forest over Clemson or Alabama falling to South Carolina?
Oh, I think in many, many ways, South Carolina. So I'll answer the question, but I want to set it up a little bit. I think South Carolina is closer to Alabama than Wake Forest is to Clemson in terms of overall talent. But if a crazy, wild, out of left field upset were going to happen, I think it actually is more likely to be Wake Forest against Clemson. I don't think that's going to happen, but for a couple of factors. There have been times in Clemson's history that they have played a little sleepy on the road at Wake. Winston-Salem, and I'm going up there, beautiful town, wonderful place, great coffee shops. You want to see the foliage on the way up there through the Triangle in North Carolina. But the atmosphere, no, not a big-time atmosphere. But sometimes what happens in those, Chestnut Hill or Winston-Salem or Wallace Wade Stadium sometimes is they get a little sleepy, and then the road team that's favored has to generate its own juice. It's not like, when you go in, you're going to play an LSU game at night. Nobody has to worry about the juice, the atmosphere. The adrenaline's going to be there for everybody within an 8-mile radius of that stadium. They're going to get sucked into it. But sometimes noon kick, Winston-Salem, I could see Clemson getting off to a slow start or a sloppy start or falling asleep at the wheel. I don't think an upset's going to happen. And conversely, I think it's the wrong time for South Carolina to meet Alabama. Alabama has flaws, especially in the secondary. They do have flaws. They can be attacked. You saw Georgia do it in the fourth quarter, and you saw Diego Pavia do it for Vanderbilt. My problem is South Carolina's pass attack is not the one to exploit it. I think all the things that South Carolina does well, are the things Alabama does well defensively, and all the areas where there's that soft white underbelly for the Crimson Tide. That's where South Carolina struggles. Unless Nick Harbor and Mazio Bennett suddenly wake up and beating coverage and giving Lenore Sellers someone to throw to, I don't see how South Carolina stays within a mile of Alabama tomorrow.
Smitty, speaking of juice, it felt like, to me at least, that Clemson's generator kind of ran out of juice in the second half against Florida State. They just kind of shut down offensively. And we've talked to a couple of different people in and around Clemson football this past week, and they've said, oh, well, it's because they had the game in hand. You know, they stopped scoring in the second half because they had the game in hand. Well, they didn't stop scoring in the second half against App State. They didn't stop scoring in the second half against NC State. Does it concern you at all in any way, shape, or form that Clemson really offensively only played one good half of football against Florida State?
You know, I think it concerns Coach Sweeney. I was at his press conference this week on Tuesday, and what concerns him is that they didn't finish drives, 7 field goal attempts. I think Coach Sweeney's reaction to that is, you just have to execute on third down. And I'm interested to see tomorrow. This is what's always interesting. If we kind of take an aside to this and the way coaches react to things. When a team is not finishing drives, they always say, hey, we've got to execute better on third down. We need to call third down plays better. And then, the quarterback has to make the right read, et cetera, et cetera. And then what do? After that game, the next game, they start going for it on fourth down, which is not the solution to third down problems. Going for it on fourth down is not the solution to fourth down. But I'm interested to see if Dabo Sweeney says, we're tired of kicking field goals. And just tells that offensive line and Phil Maffa, 4th and 2, 4th and 3, 4th and 1 all day, we're going for it. I will be interested to see, because I think Coach Sweeney's tired of running the field goal team out there. So Clemson, the numbers are good. 500 yards of offense against Florida State. Forget all that. In terms of getting up and down the field, moving the chains, the numbers, the metrics, they're all terrific. Clemson simply has to finish drives, so they've got to be a little better on third down and a little better in the red zone. And based on the analytics of Wake Forest defense, they cure what ails you, right? I mean, this is if you've got an upset stomach, Wake Forest defense is Pepto-Bismol.
Smitty, I hear you and Diesel both talking about certain small pieces, right, of Clemson's. I don't want to call them hiccups, because I don't believe the things that they do poorly are big enough yet to be considered hiccups. However, my question for you is, if you were to gather all of the things that Clemson needs to improve on and throw them in a bucket or throw them in a pie, are those things that they need to improve on big enough for them to be on upset alert at any point this season during the ACC play?
Yes, but only because of the circumstance and the situation. Look, I'm going to give all due credit to Vanderbilt knocking off Alabama last week. All due credit. However, everybody knows, anybody that in Las Vegas that bets on the NFL or college football, they always talk about situational betting. Does anybody believe that Vanderbilt would have gotten Alabama if Alabama hadn't just come off a big victory, a big emotional victory over Georgia? Probably not. I'm not taking anything away from Vanderbilt. That's football. South Carolina got roasted last week by Ole Miss. Well, part and parcel of that, we have to admit a factor in that was Ole Miss was locked in following their loss to Kentucky. So when you ask me, are Clemson's problems big enough to be on upset alert? Yes, for this reason. They could find themselves at a soft spot in the schedule, I think, either against Louisville or Pittsburgh, that those teams are dangerous. Now, Clemson will still be favored in both of those games, but I don't know that they'll be favored by double digits on the road at Pitt. That's not an easy place to play for Southern teams. For a Southern team to go up to Pittsburgh in November, weather becomes a factor, a little bit of travel, an environment you're not usually in. But look, I don't think Pitt's anywhere close to Clemson. I don't think Louisville is either. But Louisville has the firepower, and situationally Pitt could give them problems. And also, what will Clemson be playing for at that point? It's possible late in the year, Clemson kind of gets in a groove, and you look ahead and you think, oh, we got a couple mulligans here because we're going to make the ACC championship. If Clemson makes the ACC championships, wins the ACC, the way the playoffs set up, that's it. That's all. You have a bye. Do not pass go. Go directly to the 12-team playoff. And so that's why I think they could be on upset alert. But I'm not certain I think it's going to happen. They asked this question on Sports Talk a couple of weeks ago, and I think all three of us agreed on the show that night. Clemson's going to be 10-1 when they play South Carolina just before Thanksgiving.
We mostly talk college football when we bring Smitty on the show. That's what we all know and love here. But I do want to talk just a smidge of NFL, bring it back here to the state of South Carolina. What are your thoughts and your predictions on Spencer Rattler for his first start as an NFL quarterback? The New Orleans Saints offensive line is really, really good. That's something that he obviously didn't have a whole lot of when he was playing at South Carolina. He scrambled. He had to get out of the pocket a lot. What have you seen from Spencer? What did you see from Spencer when he was at South Carolina in the times when O-line play was good enough to give him some time? And therefore, how do you think he's going to play against the Bucs?
I have no idea because it's the NFL. I don't know how the game's going to go. We get every week in that league. And a game we think might be a shootout, and then it turns into a defensive struggle. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets haven't been able to generate offense, and he's Aaron Rodgers. But I will say this. He's got weapons. Chris Olave is a terrific receiver, a guy that I've tracked since he was at Ohio State at Clemson, how good Chris Olave is. He's a dynamic player playmaker on the outside. And you have Alvin Kamara, which is a great security blanket because if you've got to check it down, he might be able to move the chains just by sheer will and that little bit of shake and giddy up he's got. So he's a terrific player and a great weapon for a quarterback. I think Spencer Rattler, if I were to be honest, I think there's a chance he's a better NFL quarterback than he was a collegiate quarterback. I just think just like some guys are better in the NBA than they are in college, I think the NFL is kind of built for him because of what you just mentioned. It's going to be a little more equitable out there. And at South Carolina, Spencer Rattler was forced most of the time to make those plays. A lot of those plays turned into kind of like schoolyard plays that he did make. It was him and Juice Wells just making plays in his little era there. And a lot of it wasn't about, the game plan, the concepts in going in. I actually think with his arm strength, the way he spins it, and he is a great arm talent. That is undeniable. And the way he can buy himself a little extra time. So to your question, how does the first game go? No idea. But I do think Spencer Rattler has a career in front of him, an NFL career in front of him. I just think he's kind of built for that league.
Very interesting. Smitty, just to be quite frank, I wouldn't watch that game if it weren't for Spencer Rattler. But Diesel and I talked about earlier in the show. Right now, all of a sudden, those in South Carolina have a reason to watch. When you look at this coming weekend, we've talked about which team in your mind could be on upset alert in a major way compared to a not so major way. I do think it's fascinating. I started the show with this, Smitty. When you talk about South Carolina and Alabama, what I think is very fascinating about this matchup is what happened last week. For South Carolina in a negative way, for Alabama in a negative way, I said if South Carolina fans erased what happened against Ole Miss and they knew that Alabama lost to Vandy, I think the optimism would be a lot greater right now than it is because of what they saw against Ole Miss. Is there any way what they saw last week in your mind was just a blip on the radar?
I'm sorry, for Alabama or for South Carolina?
For South Carolina. I'm sorry, for South Carolina. Just to give them a little bit of sense of hope, Smitty, that they might have a shot.
Yeah, well, I want to say this the right way. My problem with the Gamecocks right now is they aren't playing winning football. So even without last week happening, or if the score were different, I think the Gamecocks have a lot of things that they need to clean up. And is Shane Beamer building trust with this roster or losing trust with this roster? I want to know where that is. He said in his press conference on Tuesday, Shane Beamer said that Dylan Stewart felt awful about that machine gun celebration, and his mother felt awful, and nobody feels worse than Dylan Stewart. And here's my problem. I saw Dylan Stewart with that machine gun celebration in the third quarter get flagged, keep his team on the field, cost them dearly, and then in the fourth quarter, he playfully shot at his teammates. To me, that kind of showed a lack of awareness. Like, he doesn't get it. He still doesn't get it. And then after the game, he retweeted a video of him and the machine gun celebration, and then someone's comment above it about how often he was held. None of that. So Shane Beamer can say what he wants. But I think what Gamecock fans need to see is the product on the field needs to match what he says midweek. So, yes, there are parts of the Gamecock fan base that I think feel the way you just mentioned, Cole, which is this team is still talented. This team can step up and make big plays and shock somebody, and I think they will. I think the defense is that good. But I'm waiting on this team to show maturity. Where's the leadership? To me, they looked rudderless last week, and I think some of these problems stem from back, you even saw them against Old Dominion. You saw them in the loss to LSU. And don't forget about this. Can this team stay together on the road? 4 of South Carolina's first 5 games have been in the cozy confines of Williams-Brice. That one road game they won. They went to Kentucky, and they spanked Kentucky. Now we'll find out, is this the kind of team that actually plays better on the road than at home? Or was that just a one-off? And is this team kind of coming apart the way they did against LSU, the way they did against Ole Miss, and we'll see them come apart again emotionally this week? So they need leadership. And look, I don't know who to point to because I'm not, trust me, this is not a criticism of Lenore Sellers. He's a young player. He's the quarterback. He's not supposed to be that kind of leader yet. He's supposed to grow into that kind of leader. Defensively, Dylan Stewart might be their most dynamic player behind Kyle Kennard. Kyle Kennard's a transfer. Dylan Stewart's a freshman. All these people I'm talking about kind of just got there. So the leadership needs to come from players like Debo Williams and an offense. You've got to have guys along that offensive line that have been there. Even the tailback, Raheem Sanders, is a transfer. So the veterans have to keep this team together and show some leadership and some maturity. That, to me, is what I'm watching for. I think they're going to lose this game, but I'm waiting to see if this team is going to be the kind of team that can stay together following tough losses.
Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network, joining us here on the Fan Upstate, Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryce. I'm going to ask you a big picture question here. If Shane Beamer and his tenure at South Carolina hovers at that 5 to 7 wins per season mark, because it's really difficult to win 9-10 games in the SEC, right? It's a gargantuan task to ask a coach to achieve, even if he's at a school that has prestige and history of winning that many games. But he is able to win a big top 10, top 15 type of game every other year. They got the wins against Tennessee and Clemson in 2022. And if they were able to pull off a big win this season, whether it's against Alabama this weekend or in the weeks to come, how long is Shane Beamer's job safe in Columbia? And I want you to answer that question both from the fan perspective and from the administration at South Carolina perspective.
I think right now he's safe. Sometimes you get reactionaries on message boards. I don't think there's anything to it right now. Shane Beamer is absolutely positively safe right now, and Lenore Sellers is in his first year starting. And as you mentioned, just a couple of years removed from a big win over Clemson, big upset over Tennessee. But in college football in this era, not Shane Beamer's father's era, it took him 7 years to create a winning culture at Virginia Tech. But what Shane Beamer is up against is, in this era, everybody is a victim of their own success. Think about what was being said about Mark Stoops after South Carolina upset Kentucky. And then Kentucky turns around and beats Ole Miss and changes the narrative completely. It moves fast, but you're a victim of your own success. So what you have to do is build on what you've done before. So Shane Beamer missed a bowl game last year. I think he goes this year, but if he doesn't, that becomes a problem. Then the clock starts to tick on next season, and Shane Beamer just has to show growth, and they have to keep it together. And look, even at Florida State, there was talk. Mike Norvell's coming off an undefeated regular season, and after their start this year, there's talk about the fan base, the natives being restless down there in Tallahassee. I don't think he's on the clock. But your question about are upsets enough? Are moments enough? I don't think they are.
Ooh.
Beating Georgia didn't save Will Muschamp. What saves Gamecock coaches, like it or not, what saves Clemson coaches, ACC championships. Tommy Bowden didn't win them. Even after 8 years, they let him go as long as they could. He was out of there. South Carolina, it's bowl appearances. You have to go to bowl games, and that we've seen that through the history of the program. You go to bowl games, you're loved. You don't go to bowl games, you're out of here. And nobody talks about Sparky Woods anymore. Nobody talks about Brad Scott anymore. Nobody talks about Will Muschamp anymore, at least not in a good way.
Yeah.
But they do look back fondly on Lou Holtz, Joe Morrison, Steve Spurrier. They went to bowl games. Shane Beamer has to go. If not this year, then he has to go next year.
Smitty, we're up against it, but one final question, and this is a two-part question. The first part is, do you have an upset pick to get in on the challenge? Because the challenge this week closes at 7. If you don't, you can text us later. The second part of the question is, do your boys in LA get it done tonight?
You've trapped me on both. I almost want like an emotional hedge, like to pick the Padres so that because I know I'm wrong half the time and just be wrong, and then the Dodgers win.
There you go.
I would love that. And you know what? I do think I think I am going to pick the Padres, even though they're on the road. I have to stand by my principle, which is this. It works for the Dodgers sometimes, but this year it doesn't. Baseball is so much about pitching and sometimes specifically starting pitching. And Yu Darvish's numbers, I think the Dodgers hit 212 against Yu Darvish this year, and he got them in game 1 as well. That was the Dodgers. You know, I know the Dodgers ended up winning that game, if I'm thinking of the right games. But anyway, the point is, Yu Darvish had a good outing against the Dodgers. Maybe it was game 2. I think he has another one. And I think that's the difference. I still think baseball is pitching. And I'm going to have to take the Padres in that one. And then an upset pick, I don't know. I'll tell you, I don't like Oklahoma. I was looking at the metrics there, and I know how much emotion surrounds the Red Rivalry game. The Red Rivalry shootout, Red River shootout. I just don't like Oklahoma's team this year. They beat Auburn last week with like 250 yards of offense. And I don't like Florida to knock off Tennessee. I think that game could be close, but I think Tennessee wins it. So I might have to get back to you on an upset pick. You know what? I'll give you one. It's a small one. It's a very small one. I'm going to take Oregon over Ohio State.
Okay.
Oregon hasn't played their best football. If that's allowed, like a 3-point, 3.5
absolutely.
spread, I'm going to take Oregon in what would be a very mild upset. That's kind of a chicken way out. But I like the Ducks this week. I think we've seen the best of Ohio State. I think whatever they are, we've seen. I think Oregon under Dan Lanning has not played its best football, and it's partly because they know these types of games are where they're judged. And I think they've kind of been ramping up, and Dylan Gabriel's been in these kind of games before. He's actually got more experience than Ohio State's offense does. So I like Oregon to pull the upset tomorrow night.
Smitty, we appreciate. Oh, sorry, Diesel. Go ahead.
Smitty, I've been struggling the entire show to get as many upset picks in as we could before bringing you on the show, because I felt like there was something really potentially lucky about Matt Smith giving us the 100th pick in this week's Upset Picks Challenge. But I couldn't get you there, Matt. You were pick number 96. I don't know how you feel about that number, but man, it's huge how massive this contest has gone. So you are currently the biggest number on the list, pick number 96. I hope you feel good about it. It's like an offensive lineman number, right? You got to feel good about that.
No, I do not. You disappointed me. I thought you were building it up. I thought I was going to be pick 100. I thought the confetti was going to come down. I thought I'd won a gift card to Hooters. I don't know. I thought something had happened to me. And instead, well, anyway, nothing. 96. That's a bowl. That's like plain oatmeal. No, I don't like that. It's I love you guys, and I'm glad you have so much participation. I wish I could have given you like a 17-point underdog that I thought was going to pull off some. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about the two that I mentioned. Those are just two that jump out that people are talking about. I mean, but I don't see upsets on the ones we've talked about. Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, Tennessee, South Carolina, Alabama, or Wake Forest, Clemson. But I could be wrong because 5 of the top 11 dropped last week, and Miami had to pull off a 25-point comeback to avoid being number 6. So I think all of us need to, we need to be careful when we say this won't happen or that won't happen because college football is crazy right now.
Smitty, be safe this weekend. Have a great time in Winston-Salem. We'll talk to you next week.
Will do. I'm looking forward to it, guys.
Thanks, Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network. Hey, speaking of upset picks, we'll get into that in the very next segment. Mine didn't hit. Diesel's didn't hit. Maybe yours will hit. We need 4 more to reach 100, and we'll get into that next.
1307, keyword fan.
And connect with Diesel and Cole Bryson on Wire to Wire. This is the Fan Upstate.
3 more picks until we hit 100, until we hit triple digits for this week's Upset Picks Challenge. Joe on the Facebook stream says, I'm a toe too low. Turn on, turn up, leave on, go Rutgers. Joe, love it. Appreciate you listening to the show, Joe, or watching.
That's Jersey Joe.
That's Jersey Joe. That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarity. Not only can you listen to the program, you can watch us every single day, 3 to 7. We're live on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. 79 people watching right now. And Diesel, we do have the 4 o'clock hour, the entire 5 o'clock hour, and about 53 minutes in the 6 o'clock hour. Still remaining for the Upset Picks Challenge. Again, if you have never entered before, it's okay. You're not too late to the party. We have new Tolos enter every single week. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. We have 3 more to get to 100 for this week. Diesel, they need DB and you do a great job organizing and keeping up with everything that's going on with the statistics and who's leading. You need your name, the game, and the amount of points. Is that right? To enter this week's contest.
That's right. You need the name, the game, and the spread. Go to ESPN.com. That's the website we use as our official sports betting spread location app, because we don't want people to go find it on Bally's or go find it on BetMGM or whatever and say, well, over there it's worth 7 points.
That's right.
But over here it's only worth 5 points. Can I get the 7 points? No, you get the 5 points because ESPN.com is the official website that we use. Now, bear in mind that we lock the spreads in as of 3 p.m. on Wednesdays. So
that's right.
If you wait until Friday to get us your pick, there's a good chance that the betting line has moved a little bit on that game. Sometimes it's good for you. Sometimes it's bad for you. No matter what, you're going to get the number of points that was locked in on Wednesday. So that way, if you pick Oregon, Ohio State, and today it's worth 3 points, but on Wednesday it was worth 4 points, and the spread has come down since then. You're going to get the 4 points, and everybody who picks the same game is going to get the same number of points no matter what. So that's why we ask you. We hope that you get them in on Wednesday because you'll have the most accurate spreads to look at on ESPN.com. That can certainly affect your decision to say, "Ooh, I want the one that's 5.5 points, not the one that's 4.5 points," because you want that extra point. But we make sure that everybody who picks the same gets the same number of points. And remember, you're picking the betting underdog to win the game outright. You're not picking against the spread. You're picking outright winner. And if they do, you will get the points by which that team was an underdog added to a rolling season-long tally.
And Dave, who just got his upset pick in just a few minutes ago, informed us that it was the first time this season that Dave's participated in the Upset Picks Challenge, brought to you by Ingles Markets. Dave, we appreciate you jumping in. And the challenge, it's fun as long as you're winning. I have only hit one time this season. One time. I picked South Carolina to go on the road and beat Kentucky. That was the only game I've hit. I think Diesel's hit 2 or 3 times already. I know that.
Got cocky. I hit 2 in a row.
Yeah. Oh, 2 in a row? Is that what that?
I hit 2 in a row, and now I've missed on 2 in a row.
And the ones that you picked for this week, the ones that you and I both picked, oh, boy, let's not talk about it.
Not even close.
My game was Wednesday night, New Mexico State and Jacksonville State. Diesel's was last night, Coastal Carolina and JMU. And let's just say we're not going to talk about them. It was bad. So, you know what? It's frustrating from a standpoint of, like, I really want to be at the top of the leaderboard, you know, with our Twisted Whisker. And I don't know where Amazon Guy is now, but if you want Tolos to see the current standings, you can do so on our Twitter page at the Fan Upstate. It is pinned to the top of the profile. So if you want to know where you are in the challenge, you can see those there. Quick fun game, Diesel, just between you and I. This is not allowed. This is all hypothetical. We're not making exceptions. But before we run out of time in this segment, you and I have both submitted an upset pick for the week that didn't hit, right? However, if we were gifted a mulligan for this week, and we're not, but what if? What if we were gifted a mulligan? What game in your mind would you say, okay, this week, either tonight, tomorrow, or tonight or tomorrow, you'd use your mulligan on the game? There are 3 games tonight. I'm looking at the list of games tomorrow. I do agree with Smitty from Sports Talk Media Network that we just talked to. I don't like Oklahoma, especially since they're leading receivers out. I don't like South Carolina on the road against Alabama. But what would your mulligan be if I gave you one?
Well, to stall for just a second and have a chance to really scroll down this list, I do want to put out into the world, Cole, that our upset picks lost by a combined score of 93-20. I mean, there's being wrong, and then there's being 93-20.
Good God.
Wrong. That's just absurd.
Man.
It's just absurd how wrong we were this week. Cole, that's a tough one, man. I'm looking down this list here, and I'm thinking, maybe I would take North Carolina at home +4 against Georgia Tech. The reason why I say that is because North Carolina is on a 3-game losing streak. They're down bad right now in a big way. But I can't think that a Mac Brown-led North Carolina team is dropping 4 in a row. That's just ugly.
No.
That's just ugly. And I don't think – there was a year – I think it was 2022 where North Carolina did not win or lose back-to-back games all season long. It was win-loss all the way
back
down.
And forth. Jekyll and Hyde.
This North Carolina team, they got dudes, right? They've shown that they can put up points. So,
Diesel, what about a game 7:30 tomorrow night? Can I interest you in your alma mater, App State Mountaineers, who are 2-3 on the season, for the Upset Picks Challenge? For anybody out there that has not got their upset pick in, App State is at Louisiana. Louisiana's 4-1 on the season. They're 1-0 in the Sun Belt. App State, again, 2-3 on the season, 0-2 in the Sun Belt. This is a 10.5 point spread in favor of the Ragin' Cajuns. Any possibility of App State finally getting things together this Saturday?
Well, I got to kind of use the same logic that I used about North Carolina. I can't see App State losing 3 games in a row.
I know.
In embarrassing fashion, by the way. They got blown out by South Alabama, 48-14. Put up a not awful offensive performance against Marshall, but lost 52-37. And I'm making excuses here. But
we should have picked that one.
Yeah, I'm making excuses here, Cole, but that is amidst the week of App State doing a lot as far as service project to help out people in Western North Carolina.
Yeah,
so
which is awesome,
certainly
by the way.
Time taken away from preparing for a football game. And then, of course, all of the physical exertion and just the emotional stress of being there and being part of those recovery efforts. I don't know, man. I don't know. I know App State's got a solid offense. They've got a solid offense, but the defense just sucks this year. And Louisiana can put some points on the board. They put up 40, 34, 33, 41, and 23 in their 5 games this year. I think this is going to be another blowout. And I hate to say it, but I don't have faith in my Mountaineers this weekend.
Diesel, I believe we're getting near the 100 mark as we go to a break. I don't know. You'll have to tell me. I see Ash in Five Forks. I see AJ803. I see first time for Drew P, who chimes in 2 minutes ago. I see Jarrett Tripp chiming in on the text line. We've got to be getting close to triple digits now, right? I mean, we've got to be. Continue. 71307 is the way you can start your text, or that's the way you can get your upset pick in, rather. Again, 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. 4 upset picks have just come in this segment. And I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I know you might have been answering the phone, Diesel, but I think we're getting near 100.
I think we might have eclipsed it, and I'm going to check on those numbers here in just a second as we bring on Tolo Allen, who claims, Cole, that he knows your mama.
What's up, Allen?
Yeah, so this is Alan B, and I want to claim that
that I know your mama Cole, and I know she has never said that Cole Bryson is a winner. I just want to clarify the advertisement that's put out there.
Love it, Alan. What do you got for us?
And then secondly, I must have been entering things wrong, so I wanted to put my upset on to call in to get it right because I hadn't seen the result of the way I've been trying to enter it. So I want to pick Buffalo over Toledo minus 11.
All right. Buffalo. What made you pick that one? Is there any reason? I know Buffalo is typically a pretty good football team and football program, but this year not necessarily lighting up the scoreboard.
It seems like they play when they need to. They beat Northern Illinois, right? Week after a big upset. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, Alan, we appreciate you. And
We've
Alan,
you are over 100 now.
We are now officially over 100. Thank you, Alan, for getting your pick in. Your pick is now logged. Alan has taken Buffalo plus 11 over Toledo. He makes pick number 103. Cole, 103 picks for the week.
And T-Ray on the text line just now, 71307. T-Ray getting his in. Oregon over Ohio State. He says, go Cox, but can't pick them this week. Beamer has to tighten up and sail this ship straighter.
Jarrett Tripp's taking University of South Florida plus 7 over Memphis. Look, Jarrett, that's a smart pick. I have picked against Memphis this year, and I hit on that pick, so I like it. I like it, Jarrett.
I like it.
Especially, USF, they've gone through some hard times this week as well, as Milton made its way across the state of Florida. So maybe they go on the road and they get out some of those frustrations.
Without a doubt. It's going to be fun, though, man. I'm glad we've had so many upset picks this week. Over 100 already. And, Diesel, I know we have to get into the flip side of the coin in the very next segment. We started the show talking about South Carolina, what would happen to Beamer if they were to pull the upset. But I believe you're gonna darken the mood a little bit with your next topic.
That's right. That's right. We'll get to that when we come back right here on 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, and online on the free Odyssey app.
now at 844-FAN-PHONE.
This is Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Cole, we spent some time earlier in the show talking about what happens if South Carolina and Shane Beamer pull off the huge upset in Tuscaloosa this weekend. And it would be an absolutely earth-shattering upset if you're South Carolina to be able to get this done. And it would be like a big hole in the ground in Tuscaloosa if they were to lose 2 in a row to Vanderbilt and South Carolina. My question for you, Cole, and I want to discuss it here in this segment. Does the narrative start to change on Shane Beamer if they not only lose, but fail to cover? And the spread is 21.5 or so points. So that's a 3 touchdown plus loss. If that were to happen, where does the narrative on Shane Beamer start to go? Because Shane, beloved by some fans, starting to feel the frustration from others, Cole, would have had this team in a position where they look good against Kentucky this year, look good in a loss against LSU. You feel like, that's kind of one of those Pyrrhic victories where, you lost the game, but you feel good about how you performed in that game. If they were to get blown out now for the second week in a row against a top 15 team, how does the conversation around Shane Beamer overall at South Carolina start to change? Gamecock fans really start voicing that frustration.
So I'll go back to what Smitty said, and I'll start to answer the question by agreeing with something that Smitty said. And I believe it was when you asked him a question about South Carolina Diesel. Something that stuck with me that Smitty from Sports Talk Media Network told us just a few minutes ago was, in the ACC, winning championships is enough, right? That's enough. In the SEC, having moments in the SEC like Shane Beamer's had, it isn't enough. Look, Shane Beamer, the reality is Shane Beamer's had some incredible moments. We talked about it earlier, right? His first ever in 2022 against the ranked opponent on the road in Kentucky. And then what he did to Tennessee, putting up 63 points against Tennessee. It was a really good Tennessee team that year. And then the very next week, going and beating Clemson at Clemson. Those 2 back-to-back games, South Carolina fans that season, especially from the way they started, which was very subpar, South Carolina fans were on cloud 9. They were elated. So to answer your question, I agree with Smitty. The moments aren't enough. You're going to have consistency in terms of beating the teams you're supposed to beat and then pulling the upsets that are in reach. However, I don't view this game as a game that's in reach. I know South Carolina has a good defense. I don't expect South Carolina to win the game. They can't get blown out. They cannot get run off the field in Tuscaloosa. That's a bad look. You just got beat by Ole Miss, Diesel. So to put all of that together and answer your question, Shane's got to have more than moments. He's got to have consistency. And then against the teams where it's an uphill battle like it is tomorrow against Alabama, he's got to go be competitive. I know that we don't want to talk about moral victories, and I'm not a fan of moral victories, but Beamer cannot get run off the field in Tuscaloosa tomorrow.
Yeah, and here's the, we're talking worst case scenario here for this team, and I don't believe that they're going to end up in the worst case scenario for this season, Cole. But you will have lost 27-3 against Ole Miss at home, coming off a bye when you had 2 weeks to prepare for them. Now you're on the road at Alabama. If you get blown out by a team that just lost to Vanderbilt, fans will think about it that way, right? They will say, well, this team just lost to Vandy. We're better than Vandy. We should have been more competitive than this against Alabama. Then you go on the road against Oklahoma. You get a week off. A&M's at home. Missouri's still coming to town. Clemson's still coming to town. It's a brutal schedule. It's a brutal schedule. And there's one thing to losing to teams who are just flat out better than you, but being competitive in those games versus getting blown out and demoralized in those games. And
true.
Look, I know that there's this fan base is a pendulum that swings back and forth. All you need, if you're Shane Beamer, is one or two of those big awesome moments, and a good portion of that fan base comes back around to your side and says,
Sure.
see, I think Shane can get it done. I think we give him more time, Cole, but I think if they fail to cover, I'm not saying Shane Beamer is going to be fired at the end of this season, but man, that really, really starts to sour this fan base on Shane and his ability to be competitive. If you can't even be competitive, that's when the narrative starts to change in Columbia.
You've got to be competitive. There's the bottom line. There's no dancing around it. Yeah, it's Alabama, but you're South Carolina. You play in the SEC. You have guys from the portal as well. I'm not asking you to win the game. You got to be competitive. Speaking of competitive, we'll talk high school football. It's back tonight. It's been 2 weeks since we've had some high school football. Trey Stewart of the Greer Sports Star will join us to top end of the conversation, as well as any questions you have about games going on tonight. All of that and more next.
If you watch the Olympics with crumbs on your shirt and cheese dust on your fingers and say, From the fields to the courts and the gridiron to the tracks.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire.
With Diesel and Cole Bryson.
On the Fan Upstate.
High school football in the upstate of South Carolina is back tonight after Hurricane Helene made her way through the upstate. We're finally back. We're finally getting to play some high school football. Obviously, high school football was not what was important during Hurricane Helene and the aftermath, but it's good to have it back. And to join Diesel and I to talk a little high school football is Trey Stewart, good friend of the show. You've heard him on the Saturday Scramble before, but not on Wire to Wire. Trey of the Greer Sports Star joining us right now. Trey covers Greer area teams: Burns, Greer, Riverside, Eastside, Blue Ridge, and Greer Middle College. Tolos, if you have any high school football questions, you can get them in right now. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Madcraft's asked on the stream who Dorman has tonight. Madcraft, they have Spartanburg. City rivalry tonight between Dorman and Spartanburg. But Trey, before we get into tonight's games, the Greer Sports Star, it's up, it's off and running. Tell us, for those that don't know, how the Greer Sports Star came about.
Having me on. I love being a part of it. Yeah, I appreciate it a lot. Y'all bringing me on. And the Greer Sports Star kind of originated from the Greer Citizen. I used to work there, obviously, as the sports editor. And it shut down very sadly over the summer after 100 and some years in print. And so I was like, well, there's still a need. There's still a desire for high school sports coverage in this area. It's still very prevalent. So let's just turn it to a digital platform and let's create its own thing. And that's kind of what I did. And it launched about a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago now. And I've been really, really, really happy to hear people's thoughts and appreciation for it to keep this kind of coverage going in the area.
Trey, before we get into covering high school sports here, I want to ask you one more question about that. You know, I've always told people, especially over the last couple of years, since everything has gone so digital, that it's never been easier to get started in the business. It's never been harder to stand out because everybody and their brother has a podcast, right? What have you found? And everybody has a sort of a different story and a different way that they start gathering information or gathering subscribers and listeners. What's been your method and what's been most effective for you as far as starting to build that audience?
Yeah, well, I think the advantage, or one of the advantages that I had, was already sort of having that audience and that base kind of in place from what we did with the newspaper in its final year and a half or so. And so it was pretty much a seamless transition, just getting those people to continue following the coverage and continue following along for Greer area high school sports, because most of them are already doing it back when I was working at the Citizen. But I know a lot of people don't have that luxury of already having a bit of a platform. But you're exactly right. It is very easy to get started these days. I'm telling you, if you have a phone, a laptop, a computer, any sort of technology, and a desire to do something and try to make a difference in some area and something you're good at, it's, you know, the world's at your fingertips.
It certainly is. And Trey, you do a fantastic job with the Greer Sports Star. Obviously, I've almost tripped up and said your former publication that doesn't exist anymore, but I'll have to train myself to say Trey Stewart of the Greer Sports Star. What games, we'll get into the high school league, you know, a lot of decisions this past week, but what games in your area tonight, for those listening that are hearing you right now for the first time, what's on your slate? Because as I said a minute ago, you have Greer area teams, which does include Burns, obviously, on your slate for tonight. A lot of good games in your area, Trey.
Yeah, so I'm really glad we didn't miss this week of action, because this is it's rivalry week in our area. We got 3 rivalry games. You got Greer and Blue Ridge, been rivals for 50 plus years now. You got Riverside and Eastside, which is going to be a really good one. And then you got Burns and Gaffney. 3 really, really good games. And so I'm kind of glad we're back this week to get the ball rolling again with these games, because these are not ones you'd want to miss. But really, I think all of these games have the potential to be great. But one I'm really, really keeping an eye on, and the one that I'm going to be at tonight, is Riverside versus Eastside. And it's going to be a good one. It's going to be close. 2 region rivals. They're literally 10 minutes down the road. But Gamecock fans should probably be keeping an eye on this one, and will probably be intrigued by this matchup because there's a couple guys on that field that could and will be wearing garnet and black come next fall. One of those guys is Quay Dodd. He's a 6'6" defensive end from Eastside, and he's an absolute monster on that defensive line. He really broke out last season and ended up with 20-plus D1 offers before committing to South Carolina earlier in the summer. And then Mikael Skinner is Riverside's star wide receiver. He's a 6'3", 220-something pound guy. He originally committed to Cincinnati, but he decommitted about a month or two ago. And South Carolina has been big on his radar, and they've been coming after him hard. And I know he's a guy that South Carolina fans really want to have down there. And Beamer's been on a roll getting some of these in-state wide receivers to commit lately. And so I'm definitely, that's one that Gamecock fans will be wanting to keep an eye on, this Riverside Eastside matchup tonight.
Joined right now from the Greer Sports Star by Trey Stewart. He's on the Fan Upstate with us. Which of these rivalries this weekend, especially in the Greer area, do you see as always having a little extra heat, a little extra chippiness to it, a little extra anger back and forth between these two fan bases? And if you would, as somebody who didn't grow up here in the upstate of South Carolina, I grew up about an hour and 45 minutes away in North Carolina. Can you give me some of the reasons as to why some of these rivalries are so chippy?
Well, yeah, all of them, honestly. I mean, there's so much history. That's the reason, really, for all of them. There's so much history behind all three of these rivalry games tonight. And then Riverside and Eastside, like I said, they're less than 10 minutes down the road from one another. A lot of these kids go to the same church, but just happen to live, maybe 3 houses down from one another and are zoned from a different school. And then Greer and Blue Ridge have a lot of history, and Burns and Gaffney, to answer your question, I think that's the one that's going to get the chippiest and has the potential, and always has a little extra heat on it every single year. There's always something at stake when those teams play each other. They've met several times in the playoffs the past several years, and then last year, Burns beat Gaffney the final day of the regular season to win the region for the first time in 10 years. So there's always something to play for when those two teams go at it. So I'm really looking forward to see how that one turns out tonight.
Trey, let's talk about Burns for a second. Obviously, the game that you can hear right here on the Fan Upstate tonight, but you mentioned Burns-Gaffney, a 21-20 series lead for the Gaffney Indians, a very close series. Obviously, the Burns Rebels, Trey, look a lot different this year than they did a year ago. It was a game that Amani Weaver and a couple other guys made a couple of really big plays to get the Rebels a win last year here at the reservation. It's where I am. Diesel's back in the Ingalls Market studios. But it's, we make no bones about it, Trey. Burns, they're a different team. They lost a lot of guys to graduation as well as to the transfer portal, if you will. But the Rebels, to say all that, have won the last 2 games in a row and 2-0 in region play. What do you expect out of this game tonight?
Yeah, I give Burns full credit because after that Greer game about a month ago when Burns lost to Greer for the first time, I think 2000, a lot of people kind of wrote them off. A lot of people kind of, piled on a little bit, but they've done a good job in kind of rallying the troops. And again, like you said, winning the last 2 games. A couple weeks ago because of the hurricane, but that 14-3 win over Dorman, it may not look pretty on paper on the stat sheet, but I don't know, that Burns defense, man, they stepped up, and that's going to be the key tonight, I think, because obviously, if I'm not mistaken, Gaffney's going to be without their quarterback, Javon Gilmore, for the first half. If that defensive line, which I think, for my money, is one of the best in the state, can get some penetration in the backfield early and cause some problems without Javon back there, I think this can be a close game. And, once that second half starts, when he comes back, who knows what will happen. But full credit to the Rebels because, again, a lot of people wrote them off. But, they play competitive tonight or even maybe pull off the upset. They're going to have a lot of people eating their words.
Trey, a lot of times when you just look at score tickers in high school football, if you just tune in to the Friday night wrap-up shows or the Saturday scramble right here on the Fan Upstate, you see a lot of lopsided football games. And in high school, you'll have that because – sometimes it takes 1 or 2 guys having a ton of talent on one team that can really bust a game wide open. Who do you see as being the most complete team in the Greer area right now? Just dominant on offense, dominant on defense.
It's a really good question. Honestly, I think there's a pretty level playing field with some of these teams. I like what I've seen. Offensively, I don't think any team holds a candle to what Riverside can do. Riverside's got a really good sophomore quarterback in Gideon Merritt, and one of the best receiving cores that I've seen with Mikkel Skinner, obviously the highly touted recruit. Speedy Taylor, he's 5'4", but he's the fastest dude I've ever seen on a football field. And then guys like Izzy Lehman, they can move the ball pretty much at will. But really, there's a pretty level playing field out here. I think Riverside has a chance to make some noise. I think Burns, if they can get some momentum and keep this momentum going, can make a little bit of noise too. And then I wouldn't write off Greer. Greer plays in a very winnable region that they could definitely make some noise and get in the playoffs as a 1 or 2 seed. And they once Greer gets in the playoffs, Will Young typically, he knows what to do at that point. They almost upset Greenville last year and made it to the upper state semi. So you never know.
Trey, when you talk about Riverside, and by the way, we're talking to Trey Stewart of the Greer Sports Star right here on the Fan Upstate. Diesel is back in the Ingles Market studios. I'm at Gaffney ahead of Gaffney Burns tonight. Trey, when you look at Riverside in this region 2-5A, obviously it sounds as if the ADs in the region have decided to cut one of the games so that teams don't have to play 2 games in that very last week of the regular season. But do you give – I mean, this is a region that's been dominated by Gaffney, Burns, Spartanburg, Dorman, and now you have Riverside and Eastside. And I know I just forgot 1 or 2 there, but do you give Riverside a legitimate chance of not winning the region, but for getting the past of being a homecoming game and being competitive in the middle of the pack of this region?
Absolutely, because Coach Rochester, since he's taken over that program, Matt Rochester, he's done a fantastic job. Like you said, Riverside's not maybe the laughing stock or the homecoming game that it used to be. It's a good example. And really, yeah, they can hang with, I think, just about anybody in the region. Obviously, their defense has been suspect at times this season, but they've been they can put up points with the best of them. And I really do think, and again, it's very impressive what Coach Rochester's been able to do with that team, that on the right night, Riverside might be able to take down one of these typical big boys in this region that, like you said, have dominated it for so long.
We got Trey Stewart of the Greer Sports Star on with us on the Fan Upstate. Trey, just big picture here, who's kind of shocked you this season, whether it be in the Greer area or outside of it as well, as a team that's really had a meteoric rise or a meteoric fall?
I don't want to say shocked with this team because having seen them in 7-on-7s over the summer, and Cole can attest to this, they looked really good, but they can sort of be overlooked in the region that they play in. Boiling Springs has looked fantastic. I mean, obviously they almost beat Gaffney a couple of weeks ago. They've got one of the best quarterbacks in the entire state in Lincoln Husky. He's fantastic. They look amazing, and I think again, once those playoffs start, they'll be in as either the 1 or 2 or 3 seed from that region. They can take on anybody and beat them. And I've been really impressed with the job that Matt Reel's done up there. And again, they've got a lot of pieces on both sides of the ball that I think they'll be able to make some noise come playoff time.
Trey, we appreciate you, man. Let us know one more time where you're going to be at tonight before you leave us, and the game that you're going to be at. Who do you like in it?
I'll be at Riverside versus Riverside at Eastside tonight. I hate to pick against one of my teams, but I'm gonna have to go with Riverside by about a touchdown in this one. I just think it's gonna be hard for Eastside's offense to keep up with Riverside's unless their defense is really able to hold them pat, which not many teams have been able to do so far this season. So I'm gonna go Riverside by a touchdown. Let's say Riverside 35-28.
I like it. That's Trey Stewart of the Greer Sports Star. We appreciate you, man. We'll talk to you soon. Trey does fantastic work. Again, you can look him up, and not only on Twitter, but at the GreerSportsStar.com. He has the latest stories right there on the front page. But Diesel, it's a big night in high school football, not only because teams are getting back in the upstate from the storm and Hurricane Helene, but I tell you this, man, you get in the region play. And we talk about this for different levels of college football, and the pro guys as well. But you get into region play and you start getting into games like the Spartanburg Dormans, like the Burns Gaffneys, the margin of error starts to get more and more thin. There's a lot of really good games tonight on our slate. And Trey was fantastic, Diesel. Really, really was. And
yeah.
Greer's a great area. What he does It's a great area for high school sports in general. He does a fantastic job.
And I'm glad you brought that up one more time before we get off to this break. To anybody who's interested in a career in sports, all you have to do is find that niche. Now, he obviously started with a little bit of a head start, having that media training, working for a local newspaper and getting going. But I'm going to tell you, Cole, I know several people in this business who have started from scratch, who have found something small that they're passionate about and made sure that they were the absolute best at covering that. I mean, in a way, that's also kind of how your story started, covering high school football.
Sure.
And you've built it and built it and built it. And now, you know, the Saturday Scramble is a must listen to every single week for high school football fans. And, you know, Trey's doing it at an even smaller level, making sure that he knows everything that's going on in Greer area sports. So anybody who's interested in starting a podcast, starting a website, starting coverage of something, that's the best way to get started, is start small. You don't have to stick with it forever. Just get started with it. Be the absolute best at covering that, and people will find it. Trust me. If you're interested in it, other people are interested in it as well, and they will find it.
Before we run, Diesel, I want to give some picks. Tonight's games, we'll talk about these games tomorrow morning on the Saturday Scramble, 8 to 10, right here on the Fan Upstate. But I'll go through. I'll give some picks. I didn't have time this week to get them up on the website, so I don't want to, miss my opportunity to make someone upset, to make someone mad. Diesel, here are some games tonight. I'll give you who I like. I like Greenwood over Greenville tonight. I like JL Man over Hillcrest. I'll take Malden over Easley. That game could go either way. I might get that one wrong. I'll go TL Hanna over Woodmont. I'm taking Bowling Springs in a running clock game against Wade Hampton. Riverside, Eastside, Trey mentioned it. I agree with him. I like Riverside there. Spartanburg, Dorman, city rivalry. Give me Spartanburg tonight. That game's at Dorman. Let's see. Westside, they'll roll Emerald. Wren Fountain Inn is going to be a very good game tonight. I'm going to take Wren in that one.
So, Cole, I want to ask you a quick question about that West Side game. Because the reason I asked this is I've seen a lot of stuff on the news over the past couple of days about West Side High School being closed down for finding mold on a few desks that happened when the power went out after Hurricane Helene. I just wanted to ask you, because you were telling me, a few weeks ago, if you couldn't be in school, you couldn't practice. And I wonder how that might affect the West Side Rams.
Diesel, it's a good question. I would assume here, and you don't want to assume, but I would assume it's up to each individual school district, right, in terms of if you can practice. That's what I say I assume, and I also hope, right, because I hope that they could look past that. I'm not sure how many days of practice they got in. West Side's a super talented football team, Diesel, to answer your question, but I would hope that the school district themselves would be able to look past that. But they are they've got Emerald tonight. Let's see, a few more real quick. I'll take Greer over Blue Ridge. I'll take Daniel over Travelers Rest. Pendleton over Walhalla. Crescent over West Oak. Southside Christian over Palmetto. This one was tough to pick. I'm taking Powdersville over Christchurch. So that one's a very tough game to pick. I'll go St. Joe's over Carolina. I'll go Mountain View Prep over Chapman. I don't think that one will be close. Broome over Union County. Clinton over Chesney. However, I tell you, man, Chesney, they're a much improved football team, and Brett Chappell's done a fantastic job over there. That game, I think, could be closer than some expect. And I'll say Landrum over Blacksburg. Give me Abbeville over Calhoun Falls. And then Diesel, you know how we always hear the old adage, well, I can't pick the game I'm calling, right? I don't know who wrote that rule, but I'll tell you this. I'm very upfront. I'm very honest about things, especially if you listen to me on play-by-play of the actual games that I call. I call it like I see it. And I'll tell you this. If you're dying to know my pick of Burns-Gaffney tonight, Burns is faced tonight with their biggest challenge of the season. It's going to be an uphill battle. I don't think the Rebels win tonight. Gaffney, in my opinion, is the better team here. Obviously, the game is not played on paper. I realize that. But this is one of the best Gaffney defenses they've had in a very long time. Andrew Roop is a dude. Jamarcus Smith on the offensive side, who you'll see at quarterback in the first half, he's a dude. I think Gaffney wins pretty convincingly tonight. So for those that wanted to know, there it is. I think Gaffney's in good shape tonight here at home. But Burns-Gaffney coming up at 7 p.m. for the Burns Rebel pregame show, Diesel.
When we come back, Cole, it is time for our weekly staple, the weekend menu, looking around to see what are the tastiest games of this week 7 of college football. That's coming up next.
Wire to Wire with Cole, Bryson, and Diesel on the Fan.
Upstate.
Cole, I don't know about you, but I'm hungry.
Man.
I want to take a look around the weekend
too.
sports menu for this weekend of week 7 of college football. But before we get there, this is like going to a restaurant, really hungry, and they tell you, oh, no, it's going to be a 20-minute wait. You're going to have to wait just a little bit longer before you can sit down and eat. We're going to have to wait just a few seconds longer and talk to Tom, who wants to talk about his Gamecocks. Now, if Tom, if you don't say anything other than South Carolina is going to win this game against Alabama by 20, I'm just going to have to call you Homer right here on the show and never let you back on again.
Well, okay, I'll be honest with you, Diesel. So out of touch. I didn't even know Vanderbilt beat Alabama on Saturday. I got so ticked off at Shane Beamer in the first quarter of the game last week. I threw my TV in the trash can, and I just watched Alabama. I didn't even know that. That makes me feel even more confident. Because, we haven't lost to Vanderbilt in 15 years. So I know it's tough because a lot of these people that watch Clemson play, they watch them play cupcakes every week. It's hard when you have to play top 10 teams every week. But I'll say this, as I'm about 4.5 years it made me remember a trip that I took back in 1969. Me and my friend brothers, our senior year in South Carolina. Granted, we did win the ACC championship. We went on. It was after a loss at home, and we went on a road trip to Virginia in 1969, and it was coming off a home loss now, Diesel, and it was a game where nobody thought we were going to win the game. Okay, just like Saturday, nobody thinks we're going to win the game. Well, we left that town with a win, and we went on to win a conference championship. Now, I'm not saying the Gamecocks are going to win the SEC championship this year.
Sounds like it.
But I do feel very confident that the boys are going to win. And if you have awards, well, you're going to see it tomorrow at high noon because the Gamecocks are wearing their stormtroopers all white, and they are going to leave Tuscaloosa with a win. Go Gamecocks and go Wake Forest.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. He said something about 4.5 years. I think Tom's more like 4.5 beers into a case right now.
Just end the show. End the show, Diesel. Just start the program. Whatever you have to do, just send us off.
Texter
Drop
says,
the mic.
Tom is a national treasure. Tom, I don't know if that's you texting in or if it's your mom.
His would be all caps.
I just want to let you know, Tom's the one who listens from Somerville. Isn't that right?
It is.
Yeah, Tom, you got fans all the way up here, man. Never change. Never lose that optimism, my friend. We appreciate it. But
God.
Oh, man. So we talk
good.
about everything on this show from a local perspective, a state of South Carolina perspective. That's the boots on the ground view. I want to lift up just a little bit, climb into the helicopter, climb up to a couple thousand feet, Cole. Let's look at college football from a 10,000-foot view and take a look around and see what are the tastiest games in each day part of tomorrow's slate of games. You got 3, sometimes 4, depending on how good the food was. If you want to stick around, but we got a 4-course meal here. We got the appetizers, the main course, the dessert, and occasionally there's a late night snack call here. So from a national perspective, I'm going to give you a menu of games that you can choose from. If you can only watch one in each day part, which one is the tastiest meal to you? I'm going to give you 4 options here, Cole. South Carolina at number 7, Alabama. Tom is real bullish on that one. Is that interesting from a national perspective? How about Wisconsin at Rutgers? How about Washington at Iowa or Clemson at Wake Forest in the noon slot. Which one are you grabbing off the rack?
From a national perspective, Diesel, the noon slot's not good from a national perspective. Now, locally, obviously, we'll all be tuned in at noon, for the Gamecocks and Alabama and Clemson and Wake Forest. But nationally, I think it's still South Carolina, Alabama, and here's why. Alabama lost to Vandy, right? I'm going South Carolina, Alabama because now the jury is starting to kind of poke their heads up out of that sand a little bit. They're not completely out, but people are starting to wonder if the train of Alabama is off the rails a little bit, and then could South Carolina continue to derail that train? I'll answer that question by going South Carolina, Alabama at noon. That's the most intriguing.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I mean, yeah, you've got some new Big Ten matchups, whoopity-doo. Like we've been seeing these in the Rose Bowl for decades, right? Yeah. Who really gives a rip about Wisconsin-Rutgers, a cross-country game, or Washington-Iowa? Nobody in the middle America is going to be paying attention to Clemson-Wake Forest. They want to know if Alabama really is as down bad as we think they are, if the Kalen DeBoer experiment is basically done, right? Dead in the water. So that one, in my mind, is the most compelling game of the noon time slot.
I'm with you. No pushback. I agree.
Let's go to our next course, Cole.
Was that a cow?
The main course at 3. What?
Was that a cow?
No, it was Homer.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
Let's go to the main course, and this one's a little tougher to pick, Cole. I know there's only one. There's a head-to-head matchup, a big one, the Red River Shootout, Texas and Oklahoma, live from Dallas. But you're going up against Penn State, number 4 in the country, traveling to USC, and you got Stanford at number 11, Notre Dame. Which one is the tastiest game to you in this 3:30 time slot?
Diesel. Penn State's not the 4th best team in the country. I'm just going to say it. They're not. They're not the 4th best team. The rankings may tell you they are, but they are not. Texas, Oklahoma, the Red River Shootout, whatever it's called, is absolutely the number 1 game at the 3:30 time slot. Look, Oklahoma, despite Texas being more relevant lately, despite them being better right now, Oklahoma's been the one that's had the success in the last 5 years of this rivalry. However, I don't see that being the case on Saturday, but it's still Texas, Oklahoma. It's still the number 1 option there.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Mad Craft begs to differ. Mad Craft's going Penn State, USC. He says that is going to be a much better football game. He's going Texas 43, Oklahoma 13.
He might be right.
Here's the thing, Mad Craft. In this game, it's one of those weird games where a lot of times the favorite goes down. And already this year, we've seen, I think, 7 top 10 teams lose in 2024. They're hearkening this back to the year 2007 when they had 8 top 10 teams go down in the single season. And we've had 7 already, Cole.
Wow.
We've had 7 already. So, hey, this one is fascinating. This one is compelling. I am stoked to watch the Red River Shootout. I want to see all the scenes. I want to smell all the smells through my television. I'm going with you, the Red River Shootout, Oklahoma, Texas from Dallas.
Let's go.
I'll have that.
Next up, Cole, we go to the dessert phase of the meal. This is where it gets a little murky as well. You got 2 big old matchups and a couple more that may like have some small little bit of interest for you, okay? I'm going to tease you. I'm going to bring these out on the cart. The dessert tray is here. Florida at number 8, Tennessee, big-time matchup. This could be the end of Billy Napier's tenure. It feels like every week could be the end of Billy Napier's tenure. You got Washington State at Fresno State. Only interesting there because it's a potential. Oh, it's not a potential. It is a future Pac-12 matchup. You got number 9 Ole Miss at number 13 LSU. And you got number 2 Ohio State versus number 3 Oregon. Your TV is old school, man. It can only pick up one game. Which one are you watching?
No YouTube TV, huh? I mean, come on. This is by far the best time slot. I know locally people will be tuned in at noon, Diesel, but 7:30. Are you kidding me? Make sure that you're not doing anything tomorrow night at 7:30. Florida, Tennessee will be a good one. Washington State, Fresno State. Yeah, y'all can have that one. Ole Miss, LSU should be great. Ohio State, Oregon. I want to watch Ole Miss, LSU, but Ohio State, Oregon, I believe is going to be maybe the best game of the year. Ohio State, Oregon, Diesel. Sign me up. I am locked in. I can't wait. It's going to be a great game. That's my easy selection. Again, I know Ole Miss, LSU is intriguing. Don't get me wrong. An SEC game there, but you're talking about number 2 and number 3 in the nation. That's without a doubt Ohio State and Oregon.
Absolutely huge matchup. Yeah, up there in Eugene. Can Ohio State get it done? Are they for real? Can they go on the road across country and make it happen? That's a really, really compelling football game, Cole. But there ain't nothing like the SEC.
Nah.
Right? Like the Autzen Stadium, it looks weird. It's got those like curved sides. Why are they doing that up there? Build a normal stadium, would you, in Eugene, Oregon? I don't even want to look at it, okay? Give me Ole Miss, LSU. These are one of those games, Cole, that like shows up on the Richter scale. That's what happens when you have two big teams. It's like it feels weird to say now. It's an old school SEC West matchup.
Yeah,
it feels weird to say that it's not an SEC West matchup anymore. But man, we got Lane Kiffin going into Death Valley. That to me is the most interesting and compelling game. Yeah, Ole Miss dropped one 2 weeks ago, but can they take care of business in one of, if not the most aggressive stadiums in the country? I'll be watching that one, Ole Miss LSU.
I can't wait. I know you said for the point of the game, it's got to be one TV, but the reality is I'll be watching all of them. I can't wait.
And last one, Cole, this is the late night snack. I think there's really only one good option here, but I'm going to give you two, okay? Kansas State, number 18 on the road at Colorado, or number 17, Boise State. Can Genty keep it going? Have massive numbers yet again at Hawaii.
I think he can, man. He's a fantastic quarterback. Maybe, how we were talking about Jalen Daniels at Kansas going into the season, Diesel. Like we talked about Jalen Daniels, like he may be the guy that surprises people. The reality is he hasn't been that guy. Now, what you're talking about, Boise State, they're fantastic. They're probably going to make the playoff, probably. So that should be a good game, them in Hawaii. However, no. I want to see Prime. I want to see Deion Sanders. I want to see Travis Hunter against Kansas State. Late night snack. There's no option here. It's Kansas State, Colorado. Are you kidding me?
Are you sure we're not tired of Deion? It's one of those people always say, I'm tired of hearing about that person. I'm tired of talking about that person. And what do? We watch him and we talk about him. I can't tell you how many times I've said, and I'm guilty of this too, I'm done with Aaron Rodgers. I'm done talking about Aaron Rodgers, this jerk, this SOB, Aaron Rodgers. And we still talk about Aaron Rodgers because it's compelling. It's interesting. Prime has a home game matchup against Kansas State. What's Colorado, 4-1 right now? They win this football game. They're 5-1, and Colorado's getting ranked, you guys. Yeah. So
it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, that's the compelling night game. It really is it's the noon slot and it's the 7:30 slot as the two really, really good ones, where you might actually have some choice. You're looking at two items back and forth on the menu. Should I get that? Should I get that? I don't know, but that looks really good. Well, that then on the other hand, that looks really good too. No, it's the noon slot and the 7:30 slot. The 3:30 is set. It's Texas OU.
Sure. Diesel, great segment. The only bad thing is the only downside, you've made me hungry. I am very hungry now as we are an hour and 20 minutes away from the Burns Rebel pregame show. We do, though, have a question from a Tolo yesterday that I want to get to next. Wesley on the Facebook stream, who's a loyal Tolo, he said, he asked rather a very good question. And you know what? It's going to be fun. It's going to get some feedback. I'll tell you what Tolo Wesley brought to the table. Gamecock fans, stay tuned next.
Sinex saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Leave your namby-pamby sports takes at the door. Call in if you're man enough.
844 Fan Phone. This is Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Diesel is my last segment with you of the week before I cut out and get ready for Burns Gaffney, and you take us home in the 6 o'clock hour. And Artolo buddy, Artolo Wesley, who watches a good bit on the Facebook stream, he dropped this question for us yesterday, and we didn't have time to get to it. But look, sometimes our Tolos ask questions that deserve to be brought to the air, right, to the radio, to the Tolos themselves. And Tolo Wesley, yesterday on the Facebook stream, Diesel asked if you and I could ask the question of this weekend. Who has the better chance? I'm sorry, I'm trying to say it with a straight face. Who has the better chance of winning? The Carolina Gamecocks or the Carolina Panthers? It's bad that we're having to have that conversation, right? It's not a good thing, but it's a fun question. The Carolina Panthers host the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday. And as we all know, the Gamecocks are going to take a nice little trip to Tuscaloosa, Alabama on Saturday. You want to start us off, Big D? Who do you think has the better chance, the Carolina Panthers or the Carolina Gamecocks?
Oh, man. That's such a loaded question. It's such a loaded question. I would like to say that the easy answer are the Carolina Panthers, but the defense has been completely shredded by injury, and they haven't held up over the past 2 weeks. They looked good 3 weeks ago against Las Vegas, and they looked awful ever since.
They looked one time.
Yeah, Andy Dalton is not exactly lighting up the scoreboard either. I think they scored, 10 points last week or 7 points last week? That, of course, has come down in his 3 weeks of starting for the Carolina Panthers. God. That's can I flip a coin and pick my answer that way?
You can flip a coin.
Geez, this is a really hard one. I think South Carolina's going to, Alabama's going to come out hyper focused on this one. I think Kalen DeBoer is going to show us why he has the tremendous head coaching record that he has. They still got better athletes on that side of the football, and they're playing at home. And Kalen DeBoer is a master motivator. I think it's going to be – I think the Carolina Panthers have a better chance to win. And it's just by virtue of Andy's a crafty old veteran, and who knows what could happen there, right?
Well, you're right. So the point spread for the Carolina Panthers and the Atlanta Falcons, Diesel, first of all, the point spread, I'm a little hesitant on this point spread. Las Vegas has the Atlanta Falcons as 6-point favorites in Charlotte on Sunday. 6, not 7, not 10, 6. I think that's a little low. I think I think the Falcons cover that 6. Falcons have the potential to do so. So to answer the question that Tolo Wesley asked yesterday, I'm in agreement with you. South Carolina, going back to the very first segment of the show, I think South Carolina has a better chance than people are giving them to win the game. I think they've got a better shot to win the game than a lot of people do. Does that mean I'm picking the Gamecocks? No. I ultimately think the talent at wide receiver that Alabama has will absolutely be clear and evident that that's what wins the game. And the lack of talent, in my opinion, and again, I don't want to use the lack of talent might come across as derogatory, but South Carolina's wide receiver room, in my opinion, Saturday, you watch this game, the only thing you need to pay attention to, the only thing you need to watch, Diesel, is the receivers. Both teams. Alabama's receivers will be better. They'll win the game. South Carolina's receivers will not be good enough. So to answer the question of Tolo Wesley, I'm with you. I think the Panthers have a better shot. However, I don't know how much better of a shot. They've been horrible. Let's call it like it is here. You know, you said it, other than one game in the past, 2.5 years now, they have not looked like a pro football team. They've looked like a USL football team. Andy Dalton's got to be better. It's going to be at home. You know, they'll be in front of 1,500 fans probably in Bank of America Stadium, maybe 2,000 if the weather's nice.
Hey, this concert for the Carolinas is going to show Dave Tepper what a sold-out stadium looks like.
It's not even going to sold out. Aren't they selling the floor as well for that concert?
Yeah.
Or the field level? Oh,
yeah. $2,000 a pop.
There will be more people there than have ever.
By the way, did you come up with that cash yet? I know you were looking at tickets yesterday. Have you? Did you move some money around from your different accounts to make sure you could pay for it?
No, I have not moved any money. I don't believe. Look, I love supporting Western North Carolina, but $2,000 for a concert ticket? Are you kidding me? Obviously, those got to be resale, right?
No, those were directly from Ticketmaster. They were just the best seats in the house.
Oh God.
Oh, but good news is, Cole, there were no fees attached. Ticketmaster, because it's a benefit concert, they decided to waive all of the additional fees.
What do you need, my debit card number? If that's the case, let me grab my card. I mean, how do you want me to pay?
Cole, in the last 70 seconds here on your show here today, I know you're gonna jump out of here and prep a little bit. We had a texter ask, what would Billy Napier have to do to save his job? My answer was 4-3 down the stretch, maybe 5-2, because that fan base is pretty checked out on him, and that's going to be such a tall task.
Ooh. To save it?
Yeah.
Don't you have to beat Josh Heupel? Don't you have to beat the Orange? Don't you have to beat Tennessee? I mean, if we're going to call it like it is here, yeah, that's the only way he saves his job. You've got to win tomorrow, but that's not happening, Diesel.
Might as well ask him to walk to the moon or something.
Yeah.
That's a tough spot. This Florida Gators schedule, don't forget, they got brutal, Tennessee, man. And then they got Georgia, Texas, LSU, and Ole Miss down the stretch as well. I think they got to win 4 games out of their last 7 to save his job. Outside of that, it's gone. It's done. It's over.
It is. It's over. Burns Gaffney, 1 hour from now. Diesel, take us home.
Yep. Appreciate you, Cole. When we come back, we're going to hear from Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network. He's going to talk all things college football, South Carolina, Clemson, even get his thoughts on Spencer Rattler making his NFL debut this week. That's next on the Fan Upstates.
Breaking news. We break the
this weekend, taking on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Clemson has a little bit of an easier road heading up to Winston-Salem to take on who might be a game Demon Deacons football team. To talk about both of those and other things as well, we go to the phone lines and bring on Smitty, Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network. First of all, Matt, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. We hope everything is going well over at your household. You told me on hold that you were going to throw something at me immediately. I don't want to beat around the bush. I don't want to waste any time. I want to let you go right for it. What do you got?
Well, I was just going to bring up that last week, in the midst of asking a question about South Carolina and Ole Miss, you talked about penalties in the question. And then I said, penalties are a major factor. And I talked about how South Carolina, even though there were some bad calls, some missed calls against LSU, they were really loose. They just aren't playing buttoned-up football. And I went on to talk about how that's got to change if they're going to pull an upset against Ole Miss. And it did not change. It got worse. They went the opposite direction. So I was just going to point out one of those things that, it's kind of like penalties and turnovers, just so difficult for anybody to project how that's going to play out, which team is going to be locked in and which team is going to fall apart. And last week it was South Carolina absolutely falling apart at the seams. All the things we talked about with South Carolina, Ole Miss, the lack of discipline, the penalties, winning on fourth down. Ole Miss won on fourth down because South Carolina faked a punt early that backfired. And so all of those little things that needed to go South Carolina's way, they were like 0 for 6 on those factors. So I was just going to bring that up. That was, a lot of times these interviews get lost in the ether, what was talked about. But if you go back and kind of review the film, that was a really good question about South Carolina. And I kind of thought maybe they would right the ship. They would start tightening up in terms of discipline, and the opposite happened. They absolutely came apart at the seams.
Smitty, we were talking about this before we brought you on. We all know that football is not played on paper. Vanderbilt showed that last week. Just to start things off, let's get a little wild. If I told you one upset has to happen this week, would you pick Wake Forest over Clemson or Alabama falling to South Carolina?
Oh, I think in many, many ways, South Carolina. So I'll answer the question, but I want to set it up a little bit. I think South Carolina is closer to Alabama than Wake Forest is to Clemson in terms of overall talent. But if a crazy, wild, out of left field upset were going to happen, I think it actually is more likely to be Wake Forest against Clemson. I don't think that's going to happen, but for a couple of factors. There have been times in Clemson's history that they have played a little sleepy on the road at Wake. Winston-Salem, and I'm going up there, beautiful town, wonderful place, great coffee shops. You want to see the foliage on the way up there through the Triangle in North Carolina. But the atmosphere, no, not a big-time atmosphere. But sometimes what happens in those, Chestnut Hill or Winston-Salem or Wallace Wade Stadium sometimes is they get a little sleepy, and then the road team that's favored has to generate its own juice. It's not like, when you go in, you're going to play an LSU game at night. Nobody has to worry about the juice, the atmosphere. The adrenaline's going to be there for everybody within an 8-mile radius of that stadium. They're going to get sucked into it. But sometimes noon kick, Winston-Salem, I could see Clemson getting off to a slow start or a sloppy start or falling asleep at the wheel. I don't think an upset's going to happen. And conversely, I think it's the wrong time for South Carolina to meet Alabama. Alabama has flaws, especially in the secondary. They do have flaws. They can be attacked. You saw Georgia do it in the fourth quarter, and you saw Diego Pavia do it for Vanderbilt. My problem is South Carolina's pass attack is not the one to exploit it. I think all the things that South Carolina does well are the things Alabama does well defensively, and all the areas where there's that soft white underbelly for the Crimson Tide, that's where South Carolina struggles. Unless Nick Harbor and Mazio Bennett suddenly wake up and beating coverage and giving Lenore Sellers someone to throw to, I don't see how South Carolina stays within a mile of Alabama tomorrow.
Smitty, speaking of juice, it felt like, to me at least, that Clemson's generator kind of ran out of juice in the second half against Florida State. They just kind of shut down offensively. And we've talked to a couple of different people in and around Clemson football this past week, and they've said, oh, well, it's because they had the game in hand. You know, they stopped scoring in the second half because they had the game in hand. Well, they didn't stop scoring in the second half against App State. They didn't stop scoring in the second half against NC State. Does it concern you at all in any way, shape, or form that Clemson really offensively only played one good half of football against Florida State?
You know, I think it concerns Coach Sweeney. I was at his press conference this week on Tuesday, and what concerns him is that they didn't finish drives, 7 field goal attempts. I think Coach Sweeney's reaction to that is, you just have to execute on third down. And I'm interested to see tomorrow. This is what's always interesting. If we kind of take an aside to this and the way coaches react to things. When a team is not finishing drives, they always say, hey, we've got to execute better on third down. We need to call third down plays better. And then, the quarterback has to make the right read, et cetera, et cetera. And then what do? After that game, the next game, they start going for it on fourth down, which is not the solution to third down problems. Going for it on fourth down is not the solution to fourth down. But I'm interested to see if Dabo Sweeney says, we're tired of kicking field goals. And just tells that offensive line and Phil Maffa, 4th and 2, 4th and 3, 4th and 1 all day, we're going for it. I will be interested to see, because I think Coach Sweeney's tired of running the field goal team out there. So Clemson, the numbers are good. 500 yards of offense against Florida State. Forget all that. In terms of getting up and down the field, moving the chains, the numbers, the metrics, they're all terrific. Clemson simply has to finish drives, so they've got to be a little better on third down and a little better in the red zone. And based on the analytics of Wake Forest defense, that's what ails you, right? I mean, this is if you've got an upset stomach, Wake Forest defense is Pepto-Bismol.
Smitty, I hear you and Diesel both talking about certain small pieces, right, of Clemson's. I don't want to call them hiccups, because I don't believe the things that they do poorly are big enough yet to be considered hiccups. However, my question for you is, if you were to gather all of the things that Clemson needs to improve on and throw them in a bucket or throw them in a pie, are those things that they need to improve on big enough for them to be on upset alert at any point this season during the ACC play?
Yes, but only because of the circumstance and the situation. Look, I'm going to give all due credit to Vanderbilt knocking off Alabama last week. All due credit. However, everybody knows, anybody that in Las Vegas that bets on the NFL or college football, they always talk about situational betting. Does anybody believe that Vanderbilt would have gotten Alabama if Alabama hadn't just come off a big victory, a big emotional victory over Georgia? Probably not. I'm not taking anything away from Vanderbilt. That's football. South Carolina got roasted last week by Ole Miss. Well, part and parcel of that, we have to admit a factor in that was Ole Miss was locked in following their loss to Kentucky. So when you ask me, are Clemson's problems big enough to be on upset alert? Yes, for this reason. They could find themselves at a soft spot in the schedule, I think, either against Louisville or Pittsburgh, that those teams are dangerous. Now, Clemson will still be favored in both of those games, but I don't know that they'll be favored by double digits on the road at Pitt. That's not an easy place to play for Southern teams. For a Southern team to go up to Pittsburgh in November, weather becomes a factor, a little bit of travel, an environment you're not usually in. But look, I don't think Pitt's anywhere close to Clemson. I don't think Louisville is either. But Louisville has the firepower, and situationally Pitt could give them problems. And also, what will Clemson be playing for at that point? It's possible late in the year, Clemson kind of gets in a groove, and you look ahead and you think, we got a couple mulligans here because we're going to make the ACC championship. If Clemson makes the ACC championship, wins the ACC, the way the playoffs set up, that's it. That's all. You have a bye. Do not pass go. Go directly to the 12-team playoff. And so that's why I think they could be on upset alert. But I still I'm not certain I think it's going to happen. They asked this question on Sports Talk a couple of weeks ago, and I think all three of us agreed on the show that night. Clemson's going to be 10-1 when they play South Carolina just before Thanksgiving.
We mostly talk college football when we bring Smitty on the show. That's what we all know and love here, but I do want to talk just a smidge of NFL, bring it back here to the state of South Carolina. What are your thoughts and your predictions on Spencer Rattler for his first start as an NFL quarterback? The New Orleans Saints offensive line is really, really good. That's something that he obviously didn't have a whole lot of when he was playing at South Carolina. He scrambled. He had to get out of the pocket a lot. What have you seen from Spencer? What did you see from Spencer when he was at South Carolina in the times when O-line play was good enough to give him some time? And therefore, how do you think he's going to play against the Bucs?
Yeah, I have no idea because it's the NFL. I don't know how the game's going to go. We get every week in that league. In a game we think might be a shootout, and then it turns into a defensive struggle. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets haven't been able to generate offense, and he's Aaron Rodgers. But I will say this. He's got weapons. Chris Olave is a terrific receiver, a guy that I've tracked since he was at Ohio State at Clemson, how good Chris Olave is. He's a dynamic playmaker on the outside. And you have Alvin Kamara, which is a great security blanket because if you've got to check it down, he might be able to move the chains just by sheer will and that little bit of shake and giddy up he's got. So he's a terrific player and a great weapon for a quarterback. I think Spencer Rattler, if I were to be honest, I think there's a chance he's a better NFL quarterback than he was a collegiate quarterback. I just think just like some guys are better in the NBA than they are in college, I think the NFL is kind of built for him because of what you just mentioned. It's going to be a little more equitable out there. And at South Carolina, Spencer Rattler was forced most of the time to make those plays. A lot of those plays turned into kind of like schoolyard plays that he did make. It was him and Juice Wells just making plays in his little era there. And a lot of it wasn't about, the game plan, the concepts in going in. I actually think with his arm strength, the way he spins it, and he is a great arm talent. That is undeniable. And the way he can buy himself a little extra time. So to your question, how does the first game go? No idea. But I do think Spencer Rattler has a career in front of him, an NFL career in front of him. I just think he's kind of built for that league.
Very interesting. Smitty, just to be quite frank, I wouldn't watch that game if it weren't for Spencer Rattler. But Diesel and I talked about earlier in the show. Right now, all of a sudden, those in South Carolina have a reason to watch. When you look at this coming weekend, we've talked about which team in your mind could be on upset alert in a major way compared to a not so major way. I do think it's fascinating. I started the show with this, Smitty. When you talk about South Carolina and Alabama, what I think is very fascinating about this matchup is what happened last week. For South Carolina in a negative way, for Alabama in a negative way, I said if South Carolina fans erased what happened against Ole Miss and they knew that Alabama lost to Vandy, I think the optimism would be a lot greater right now than it is because of what they saw against Ole Miss. Is there any way what they saw last week in your mind was just a blip on the radar?
I'm sorry, for Alabama or for South Carolina?
For South Carolina. I'm sorry, for South Carolina. Just to give them a little bit of sense of hope, Smitty, that they might have a shot.
Yeah, well, I want to say this the right way. My problem with the Gamecocks right now is they aren't playing winning football. So even without last week happening, or if the score were different, I think the Gamecocks have a lot of things that they need to clean up. And is Shane Beamer building trust with this roster or losing trust with this roster? I want to know where that is. He said in his press conference on Tuesday, Shane Beamer said that Dylan Stewart felt awful about that machine gun celebration, and his mother felt awful, and nobody feels worse than Dylan Stewart. And here's my problem. I saw Dylan Stewart with that machine gun celebration in the third quarter get flagged, keep his team on the field, cost them dearly. And then in the fourth quarter, he playfully shot at his teammates. To me, that kind of showed a lack of awareness. Like, he doesn't get it. He still doesn't get it. And then after the game, he retweeted a video of him and the machine gun celebration, and then someone's comment above it about how often he was held. None of that. So Shane Beamer can say what he wants. But I think what Gamecock fans need to see is the product on the field needs to match what he says midweek. So, yes, there are parts of the Gamecock fan base that I think feel the way you just mentioned, Cole, which is this team is still talented. This team can step up and make big plays and shock somebody, and I think they will. I think the defense is that good. But I'm waiting on this team to show maturity. Where's the leadership? To me, they looked rudderless last week, and I think some of these problems stem from back, you even saw them against Old Dominion. You saw them in the loss to LSU. And don't forget about this. Can this team stay together on the road? 4 of South Carolina's first 5 games have been in the cozy confines of Williams-Brice. That one road game they won. They went to Kentucky, and they spanked Kentucky. Now we'll find out, is this the kind of team that actually plays better on the road than at home? Or was that just a one-off? And is this team kind of coming apart the way they did against LSU, the way they did against Ole Miss, and we'll see them come apart again emotionally this week? So they need leadership. And look, I don't know who to point to because I'm not, trust me, this is not a criticism of Lenore Sellers. He's a young player. He's the quarterback. He's not supposed to be that kind of leader yet. He's supposed to grow into that kind of leader. Defensively, Dylan Stewart might be their most dynamic player behind Kyle Kennard. Kyle Kennard's a transfer. Dylan Stewart's a freshman. All these people I'm talking about kind of just got there. So the leadership needs to come from players like Debo Williams and an offense. You've got to have guys along that offensive line that have been there. Even the tailback, Raheem Sanders, is a transfer. So the veterans have to keep this team together and show some leadership and some maturity. That, to me, is what I'm watching for. I think they're going to lose this game, but I'm waiting to see if this team is going to be the kind of team that can stay together following tough losses.
Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network, joining us here on the Fan Upstate, Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryce. I'm going to ask you a big picture question here. If Shane Beamer and his tenure at South Carolina hovers at that 5 to 7 wins per season mark, because it's really difficult to win 9-10 games in the SEC, right? It's a gargantuan task to ask a coach to achieve, even if he's at a school that has prestige and history of winning that many games. But he is able to win a big top 10, top 15 type of game every other year. They got the wins against Tennessee and Clemson in 2022. And if they were able to pull off a big win this season, whether it's against Alabama this weekend or in the weeks to come, how long is Shane Beamer's job safe in Columbia? And I want you to answer that question both from the fan perspective and from the administration at South Carolina perspective.
I think right now he's safe. No matter, sometimes you get reactionaries on message boards. I don't think there's anything to it right now. Shane Beamer is absolutely positively safe right now, and Lenore Sellers is in his first year starting. And as you mentioned, just a couple of years removed from a big win over Clemson, big upset over Tennessee. But in college football in this era, not Shane Beamer's father's era, it took him 7 years to create a winning culture at Virginia Tech. But what Shane Beamer is up against is, in this era, everybody is a victim of their own success. Think about what was being said about Mark Stoops after South Carolina upset Kentucky. And then Kentucky turns around and beats Ole Miss and changes the narrative completely. It moves fast, but you're a victim of your own success. So what you have to do is build on what you've done before. So Shane Beamer missed a bowl game last year. I think he goes this year, but if he doesn't, that becomes a problem. Then the clock starts to tick on next season. And Shane Beamer just has to show growth, and they have to keep it together. And look, even at Florida State, there was talk. Mike Norvell's coming off an undefeated regular season. And after their start this year, there's talk about the fan base, the natives being restless down there in Tallahassee. I don't think he's on the clock. But your question about are upsets enough? Are moments enough? I don't think they are. Beating Georgia didn't save Will Muschamp. What saves Gamecock coaches, like it or not, what saves Clemson coaches, ACC championships. Tommy Bowden didn't win them. Even after 8 years, they let him go as long as they could. He was out of there. South Carolina, it's bowl appearances. You have to go to bowl games, and that we've seen that through the history of the program. You go to bowl games, you're loved. You don't go to bowl games, you're out of here. And nobody talks about Sparky Woods anymore. Nobody talks about Brad Scott anymore. Nobody talks about Will Muschamp anymore, at least not in a good way. But they do look back fondly on Lou Holtz, Joe Morrison, Steve Spurrier. They went to bowl games. Shane Beamer has to go. If not this year, then he has to go next year.
Smitty, we're up against it, but one final question, and this is a two-part question. The first part is, do you have an upset pick to get in on the challenge? Because the challenge this week closes at 7. If you don't, you can text us later. The second part of the question is, do your boys in L.A. get it done tonight?
You trapped me on both. I almost want like an emotional hedge, like to pick the Padres because I know I'm wrong half the time and just be wrong, and then the Dodgers win.
There you go.
I would love that. And you know what? I do think I think I am going to pick the Padres, even though they're on the road. I have to stand by my principle, which is this. It works for the Dodgers sometimes, but this year it doesn't. Baseball is so much about pitching and sometimes specifically starting pitching. And Yu Darvish's numbers, I think the Dodgers hit 212 against Yu Darvish this year, and he got them in game 1 as well. And that was the Dodgers. You know, I know the Dodgers ended up winning that game, if I'm thinking of the right games. But anyway, the point is, Yu Darvish had a good outing against the Dodgers. Maybe it was game 2. I think he has another one. And I think that's the difference. I still think baseball is pitching. And I'm going to have to take the Padres in that one. And then an upset pick, I don't know. I'll tell you, I don't like Oklahoma. I was looking at the metrics there, and I know how much emotion surrounds the Red Rivalry game. The Red Rivalry shootout, Red River shootout. I just don't like Oklahoma's team this year. They beat Auburn last week with like 250 yards of offense. And I don't like Florida to knock off Tennessee. I think that game could be close, but I think Tennessee wins it. So I might have to get back to you on an upset pick. You know what? I'll give you one. It's a small one. It's a very small one. I'm going to take Oregon over Ohio State.
Okay.
Oregon hasn't played their best football. If that's allowed, like a 3-point, 3.5 point spread, I'm going to take Oregon in what would be a very mild upset. That's kind of a chicken way out. But I like the Ducks this week. I think we've seen the best of Ohio State. I think whatever they are, we've seen. I think Oregon under Dan Lanning has not played its best football, and it's partly because they know these types of games are where they're judged. And I think they've kind of been ramping up, and Dylan Gabriel's been in these kind of games before. He's actually got more experience than Ohio State's offense does. So I like Oregon to pull the upset tomorrow night.
Smitty, we appreciate. Oh, sorry, Diesel. Go ahead,
Smitty. I've been struggling the entire show to get as many upset picks in as we could before bringing you on the show, because I felt like there was something really potentially lucky about Matt Smith giving us the 100th pick in this week's Upset Picks Challenge. But I couldn't get you there, Matt. You were pick number 96. I don't know how you feel about that number. But, man, it's huge how massive this contest has gone. So you are currently the biggest number on the list, pick number 96. I hope you feel good about it. It's like an offensive lineman number, right? You got to feel good about that.
No, I do not. You disappointed. I thought you were building it up. I thought I was going to be pick 100. I thought the confetti was going to come down. I thought I'd won a gift card to Hooters. I don't know. I thought something had happened to me. And instead, anyway, nothing. 96. That's a bowl. That's like plain oatmeal. No, I don't like that. It's I love you guys, and I'm glad you have so much participation. I wish I could have given you like a 17-point underdog that I thought was going to pull off some. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about the two that I mentioned. Those are just two that jump out that people are talking about. I mean, but I don't see upsets on the ones we've talked about. Oklahoma, Texas, Florida, Tennessee, South Carolina, Alabama, or Wake Forest, Clemson. But I could be wrong because 5 of the top 11 dropped last week, and Miami had to pull off a 25-point comeback to avoid being number 6. So I think all of us need to, we need to be careful when we say this won't happen or that won't happen, because college football is crazy right now.
Smitty, be safe this weekend. Have a great time in Winston-Salem. We'll talk to you next week.
Will do. I'm looking forward to it, guys.
Thanks,
That's
Matt.
Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network.
When we come back, let's hit our upset picks challenge one more time. A lot of you Tolos have gotten in your picks over the last 45 minutes. We haven't had a chance to acknowledge those on the air. Make one final plea, one final push for those of you who haven't gotten in your picks yet to do so. That's coming up next, right here on the Fan Upstates.
No tapping out on this show. You either bring it strong or you can ride the pine.
Text 71307. Keyword fan.
And connect with Diesel and Cole Bryson on Wire to Wire. This is the Fan Upstate.
We're getting down to time, Tolos. 27 minutes left. Really 20 minutes left to get in your upset picks for week number 7. 110 Tolos have gotten their upset picks in so far. That is absolutely massive. That might be the biggest week of upset picks we've ever had. If not, it's really close to it. It's really close to it. This year, 2024, has gotten so big with the upset picks challenge. We've seen a ton of Tolos that have never participated with the show before. And I love it when you guys tell me this is the first time I've ever picked in the upset picks challenge. Love it when you let us know that. That's great. Text in 71307. Give me your name, your game, and your spread, and you could get into this challenge. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's the Wire to Wire Upset Picks Challenge brought to you by Ingles. Got to thank our friends over there for making this thing possible again this year, making it bigger and better than ever. This is a challenge where you're competing with other listeners of the show, other Tolos, myself, and of course, some of the biggest names in sports at picking the upsets. You watch College Game Day every week. They call it Super Dogs, and that's what we use for the picks with the national celebrities in this challenge. But we definitely have their names on the list. Some of them do really well. Kirk Herbstreit does fine in this challenge most of the time. Reese Davis is crushing it this year. So many big names on that show that have points, and you could compete against them in the Wire to Wire Upset Picks Challenge. So here's what you do. You go on ESPN.com, and it's okay to jump into the challenge midweek of the season. As a matter of fact, we had a Tolo last week who took the Vanderbilt over Alabama game. He was the only Tolo who did it. It was worth 23 points. That's what the spread was. And he jumped all the way up to the top half of the leaderboard because he took a flyer on that one. That was James Owens. Reese Davis is in 13th place with 23 points, by the way. He is currently the leader from the national celebrities, but Lee Corso has 14.5. Our leader overall, Twisted Whisker, has 43. Noel with 38. Josh Pate has 37. You know Josh Pate from his show, Late Kick. Just a phenomenal job he's doing. So proud of the growth of his show. Amazon Guy has 31.5. John Dog has 30.5. Buckeye Brian and Brandon Gosnell have 29 points. E. Thoughty, 27.5. Justin L., 27 points. Greenville Gamecock, 24.5. Brandon from Moore and Jake Crane from his show, Crane and Company, 23.5 points. Reese Davis and James Owens have 23. Billy Horn has 21 points. That's your top 15. Now, you Tolos who haven't yet seen, and people always love to say, hey, where am I in this thing? It's hard to find. You guys, there's 85 Tolos who have points. That's more Tolos than normally play this thing on a year in, year out basis. So it's hard to go back and find you individually. If you want to check out the full leaderboard, go to twitter.com/thefanupstate. You don't have to have a Twitter account to be able to see the standings. Twitter.com/thefanupstate. We'd appreciate if you do have a Twitter account that you throw us a follow at the Fan Upstate. But we need your name, your game, and your spread. Thank you, Percy, who just got his in. Percy is taking South Carolina over Alabama for 21.5 points. That is the spread as listed right now on ESPN.com. Remember, guys, we lock these spreads in Wednesdays at 3 o'clock to make it fair and easy for everybody. We go on ESPN.com. We find the full slate of games and we start screenshotting. So we have all the spreads locked in. So that whether you pick a game on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, and the spreads could move around on ESPN just a little bit, everybody who picks the same game will get the same number of points, no matter what. So if it moves by a point, 2 points, whatever, by Friday, you're going to get the spread as it was locked in on Wednesday. Percy's taking South Carolina over Alabama for 21, as is Joey. Clemson Jeff taking Vanderbilt plus 12.5 against Kentucky. Dab Daddy wants North Carolina to upset Georgia Tech for 4. Buckeye Mike, he calls himself Buckeye Goose Egg Mike. I guess he has 0 points on the board. He's taking Utah State plus 18 over UNLV. It's crazy how UNLV ditches their bum of a quarterback who and didn't get his NIL money, so I'm just going to redshirt, shut it down. They're better without him. They're better without his punk ass. And I think we're going to see that very often in college football in the future as this thing continues to happen, right? They had 2 players from UNLV. There was the player from Southern Cal, and earlier this week, a player from South Carolina shut his season down, said, Coach, I'm going to redshirt. Shane Beamer said, don't let the door hit you with a good Lord split you. Kicked his ass off the team. You're gone. We don't want you around here anymore. I mean, he was going to enter the transfer portal anyway, right? But you can't stick around here if you've already told us you don't want to be here. So I'm proud of Shane Beamer for doing that. We got picks in from Shane W. Wants Florida plus 14.5 to beat Tennessee. Boiling Springs Dave is taking Wake Forest plus 24.5 over Clemson. Dave, you hit that one, you're going to be right there at the tippy top of the leaderboard, man. That's huge if you take it. Dab Daddy's taking North Carolina to upset Georgia Tech plus 4. We got Allen wants Buffalo versus Toledo. T-Ray, Oregon over Ohio State. Jared Tripp's taking USF over Memphis. So now you're getting the idea, right? How to do this. It's a tough thing to call, right? The upset is difficult to call. But you don't have to try to make it all up in one big upset. Those are crazy, but they do happen, but they're difficult to pick. So if you want to play it a little more conservative, try to pick the 5, 6, 7, 8 point upsets, little easier to call. Not so much for me or for Cole, because Cole had like 10.5 points. He's fallen all the way back down to 4. And he's going to be at 3. He's going to be at 3 because his pick didn't hit this week. Mine didn't either. I took Coastal Carolina over James Madison, and that was a blowout win, a blowout loss for the Chanticleers. I think I'd have to go back and find it in the rundown somewhere, but our upset picks lost by a combined score, and I have to scroll back and find this somewhere, 93-20. Cole and I suck at this challenge. How's Amazon Guy doing it? How's Twisted Whisker doing it? Go to ESPN.com, find a game where you think the betting underdog is going to get the outright upset, and then text us, 71307. Start your text with keyword FAN. We need your name, your game, and the spread as listed on ESPN.com. It's really helpful if you give us your name, your game, and your spread. If you just try to text in and say, hey, this is Steve, I want UNC for the upset. Well, that makes it a little bit harder on us. We need you to text in, hey, this is Steve. I'm going to take North Carolina plus 4 over Georgia Tech. That's the format we need it in. Your name, your game, and the spread. Want to get you involved in the challenge because it's a lot of fun. You get to compete against your other Tolos. You get to compete against some of the biggest names in sports. You get to compete against the former host of this time slot on this radio station. He's in the challenge. Everybody's doing it. It's fun, and it's completely free. Costs you absolutely nothing. No, there's no prize at the end of this thing. But guess what? Not everything has to have some form of incentive. Sometimes the fun is why you play. The beauty is in the challenge. The beauty is in the fun. What's up, Forrest, who just texted in at 71307? He's taking Colorado over Kansas State, minus 3.5. Appreciate you, Forrest, for getting in your pick. That makes 111 picks here on the Fan Upstate. Text in your name, your game, and your spread to 71307. We're shutting this thing down at 7 o'clock. You better get it in now. And it's okay if you don't make your way all the way to the tippy top of the leaderboard. You could still get in. You could still work your way up and try to beat and compete against some of the biggest names in sports. When we come back, we'll take one more ride around this thing, hit you with our daily wires. That's coming up next on the Fan Upstate.
Hey, football fans, join me.
Putting a bow on this show, number 140. And, man, we're getting really close to even hitting that number for the number of total picks we have in the Wire-to-Wire Upset Picks Challenge. Huge, the number of Tolos. Appreciate Dan B for all the hard work he does getting this thing going, keeping track of everybody. 178 individuals who are playing in the challenge this year. We have 10 new pickers this week. You could be number 11 new picker. How about that? You Tolo, who's never played in the challenge before, send me your upset pick in the next 5 minutes and we'll get you on the board. But let's take a look around the sports world, see what's happening. These are our daily wires. The Yankees have advanced to their 19th ALCS in franchise history, defeating the Royals. I probably shouldn't say that too loud because like half of our upper management team here at Odyssey Greenville are from Kansas City, lived in Kansas City, Royals fans. Garrett Cole was brilliant as the Yankees starter last night. Game 5 tonight of the NLDS, Padres at Dodgers, 8 p.m. first pitch on that one. Last night, the 49ers defeated the Seahawks on Thursday Night Football, 36-24. Chapman alum Deebo Samuel had 3 receptions for 100 yards and a touchdown. Huge performance from him. Also a big performance from the former Carolina Panther, now Seahawk, Laviska Shenault, who ran back a 97-yard touchdown in the kickoff game. It's just brutal to keep watching former Carolina Panthers go elsewhere and have success. I mean, it's everybody. Everybody who leaves Carolina, except for Christian McCaffrey, because he can't stay healthy. He keeps getting hurt. But when he is healthy again, in whatever short windows that is, I guarantee you he's going to find success. He is. Speaking of Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers have opened up the practice window for wide receiver Ricky Pearsall, but not Christian McCaffrey. 49ers, a little bit behind the 8 ball with some of their biggest pieces out last night for Thursday Night Football. They're back to 3-3. 49ers could get on a heater if they get Ricky Pearsall back. Down the line, getting Christian McCaffrey back would add just a little bit of icing to that cake for the San Francisco 49ers. Cleveland Browns' Nick Chubb has been ruled out for a second straight week. Sorry if you've got him in fantasy. He is not going to be playing this weekend. A little more injury news for you. Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors will miss a second straight game due to a concussion. Carlos Boozer's 2 5-star sons, Cameron and Caden, have both committed to play basketball at Duke. How about that? Carlos, Cameron, and Caden playing at Duke. So congratulations to his sons, obviously, for being good enough to play at Duke. And then, of course, following in the footsteps of Pops, going to his alma mater. Citing inclement weather, tomorrow's Tigers-Guardians Game 5 is going to be moved from 8 p.m. to 1:08 p.m. Heads up there for you baseball fans. That's happening tomorrow. FIFA is set to confirm Saudi Arabia as the 2034 World Cup hosts in 2 months. A group of law and human rights experts plus Saudi activists want FIFA to mandate ongoing reviews and add a potential termination clause into the 2034 World Cup hosting contract. So they want to be able to keep an eye on potential human rights violations going on in Saudi Arabia and maybe pull that contract for the 2034 World Cup. I don't know that that's going to happen. FIFA has shown itself very often to be a very corrupt organization and an organization that can be bought in international soccer. So if Saudi's paying, and we know they have a ton of cash in that Saudi fund, they are going to they're going to do that. And I would highly doubt that FIFA suddenly finds some integrity and decides to do the right thing and protect human rights. So we'll see. We'll see. It's always a weird thing having an international soccer tournament in the middle of a desert in summertime. You know, they had those issues last year where it got last World Cup where it got really, really hot at the World Cup because they played it in the desert and, it created some issues. So we'll see how this goes with the potential Saudi World Cup that they, again, are expected to confirm here in 2 months' time. Shout out to Jack, who got in his pick. Jack's taking USC plus 3.5 over Penn State. Appreciate you, Jack, getting your pick in. I don't know if you're brand new to the challenge. If you are, that's awesome. Just want to give you a heads up, though. All of you new Tolos who are making picks for the first time in the Upset Picks Challenge, make sure every week that you send in your pick with the same name. Like if you're going to send it in as Jack, be Jack every single time. If you want to send it in as Steve from Spartanburg, send it in as Steve from Spartanburg every single time. If you just send it in as Steve, we're going to assume that that's a different player, and we're not going to know that you're not Steve from Spartanburg. Appreciate everybody being a part of the show all week long. Appreciate Cole Bryson. He is on the road right now. He is at Dorman High School as Burns. He's at Gaffney High School. Burns at Gaffney. He's going to be on the call coming up here in less than 7 minutes right here on the Fan Upstate.